All right, folks, welcome back. Bienvenidos a todos. Hoy es el día número 28. It is day 28. Burning the midnight oil. Yeah, quick breaks protocol. Quick breaks. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna get to Wagotabi today. But we'll try tomorrow. My voice is... We'll see how we feel at the end of this. Okay. So, do I remember family stuff? Yesterday was a long one. Second Vikram. Okay. It was... Oops. We had marido or husband. No other alternatives. I also have hours. Nuestra. Did I start with Duolingo for Japanese and Chinese learning? I did. Japanese is going... I haven't finished the Japanese thing. It got moved to May because I want to do something else in the process, which was like Wagotabi and solo speak, and I don't really know how long that's going to take. But they're learning games from zero, so no Japanese knowledge required in order to engage with those games. So we were going to do that to settle in a little bit. Nuestro or ours. What other family numbers do we have? Hijos, hijas, hermanos. Oh. Mayor. Menor. Oh, mayor. Menor. Or older and younger. Abuelo. Abuela. No other family numbers. Mama. Papa. Padres. So we got the plural version of everything as well. Oh, and for concerning something in the third person. So we also have all your usual suspects. You have the le in something like le gusta. And then the to modify the third person of which it's concerning. Also nos. A lot of that. Where places, where people are, where they're from, what they want to do, what they like, what they love. Not much in the way of... Let's see if anything comes up once I go over the podcast. So tomorrow, yesterday, we were down to 2 podcasts for this unit. I don't know how they decide what the podcasts are. Right? So the first podcast was called Sunday Together. So pod 1 was Sunday Together. And it turns out this was a Lily prompt. So it was 2 people. It was I'm guessing it was a sibling, a pair of siblings spending time together, right? and they were spending time together reading, listening to music, reading and listening to music. Yeah, listening and reading to music. So escuchar, to listen. Oh, and music, there's also tocar, to play. And then we had guitarra and piano, even classical. They threw in some random ones too, like rock. Oh. Sorry, I had to sneeze. Right, musica was already introduced. Yep. And Lily basically say like unenthusiastic, right? doesn't like hanging out with people, more or less. It's nice, but not for her. Doesn't like people. No punchline. Like, gee whiz. And then we have Beautiful Home. Part 2 is Beautiful Home. And this was Falstaff, which I had a fingers crossed for Falstaff. So wait, was it Falstaff? Whoops. Oh no, it's not Falstaff. Just kidding. I'm thinking of yesterday's. This is Lynn. Lynn. They were talking about who was in the house. So they were it was a son and their grandfather. And they like listening to music in the house. And Lynn basically says, well, if there's anything she knows a lot of things about, is the couch. You know, that's a big setup, obviously. Lynn is all about the couch. Who cares about everything else? It's about the couch. Nothing comes out of my mind. Do we have couch? No. Abuelo. Hijo. Música. Escuchar. Yep. That's where I got most of my vocabulary just now. In our adventure was kind of weird. It was a dinner party. So don't have dinner yet. Party, fiesta. So painting the scene. Here we go. So there's a door here, and Eddie is in here. And this is the bathroom, right? There's a toilet here, and there was a plunger in it, and then water was everywhere. Right? Water was everywhere, and Eddie's just chilling there. Okay. We have table, like a dining room table. Refrigerator. Counter, sink. right? And then we have Lucy. I don't know where Lynn is. Lucy is Lynn's grandmother, but somehow Eddie is here. Okay. Um. There was an oven down here. Right. So oven, refrigerator, and then there's a cabinet here with plates. Right. So you're Oscar. 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 And Oscar and Lucy has this thing. I'm pretty sure they have this thing. Where Lynn is, maybe outside. So Oscar goes to Lucy and asks like, hey, it's time for dinner. Like, can I help you with dinner? And Lucy's like, yeah, why don't you go? We should go and, poder. Poder is a new one. We should set up the table. So Lucy says in the Amarillo. Milo? Actually, I'm not sure anymore. The shelf, the cabinets. There are plates. So go pick up the plates and set the table. So you go over here, you grab the plates, and then you set up the table. Right. So the table is set. Right? Then you go back to Lucy. Like, yeah, now we need the food. And Lucy said, oh yeah, Eddie made the sandwiches. The ham sandwiches. Right? And they're in the refrigerator. So you go and look in the refrigerator. Like, what the heck? Where are the ham sandwiches? And Lucy's like, oh, Eddie, why don't you go ask Eddie? Because Eddie did this. So you go to this door, and Eddie just screams through the door and say, oh, yeah, I put the sandwiches in the stove. Or in the oven. What? What? So Eddie, Lucy earlier says something like, "Oh, Eddie's been in the bathroom for too long. Why don't you help me set the plate and let the dinnerware?" So then you go to the oven and you take out the sandwiches and you put them at the table, and it ends there. It just ends there. Like, we're not gonna talk about how Eddie is in the bathroom with a plunger and everything's overflowing, but yeah, that's the skit. That's the adventure. Yep. So I still have to get used to saying cabinet or shelf and a locker. And there's also a vacuum cleaner. The stove is self-explanatory. It's a cognate. Yeah, and and poner. I think it's poner. To set things up or to place things. It varies depending on the phrasing, but yeah. There you have it. Let's get into let's first look at, did I miss anything that was really important from yesterday? I think yesterday was pretty chill because we're practicing grammar for the most part. Películas, which is plural. Menor, mayor, marido. Nos is the important part. Escuchar, tocar, right? Or nos. Conciertos is plural. Guitarra, piano. Oh, right. Baloncesto. And probably deporte. So baloncesto and deporte. And that's it. Okay, so we missed sports. That's fine. Okay. Now we shop for clothing. Huh? Whoa, this is... Okay, so no podcast. Is that the only difference? Yeah. Ropa. Yes. Ropa. Do we have buy yet? Oh yeah, we do. Comprar. Comprar. Shop? I think it's still a phrase like comprar, but not sure. And then buscar, we can expect buscar, right? To find clothing, probably. Buscar. And maybe more articles of clothing. Okay, let's look at the guidebook. So, ¿quieres comprar algo para mí? Okay, do you want to buy something for me? Si quiero comprar un sombrero para ti. Okay, sure. ¿Cuánto cuesta? Oh, cuesta. Cuesta's good. ¿Quiere de comprar? Oh, yeah. That sounds about right. To go shopping. Or to go buying. Or shopping. Cuesta este sombrero rojo. That's fine. So how much is something, right? Todos los sombreros cuestan $10. Queremos ir de compras hoy. Yeah, there it is. Ir de comprar. Para mí, para ti, right? For me, for you, which would pair up with conmigo and contigo, as the accessory phrases. Este camisa es para mí, right? Papá, quisiera was 2 units ago. Quisiera comprar algo para ti. All right. So just para mí and para ti, which have accents. All right. Hold up. All right. La tienda. It's a review.
Señor, ¿usted abre hoy?
Abre. It's still open, but I haven't conjugated this way yet. Interesting. Oops. Fair enough.
¿Esta camisa es para mí?
Oops.
Queremos ir de compras hoy.
Queremos ir de compras hoy.
¿Cuándo quieres ir?
¿Cuándo quieres ir de compras?
Mi abuela tiene una falda para ti.
¿Esos zapatos son para mí?
No, no para mí. Soy muy pequeños para ti. Pequeños para ti. Oh, no, para mí. Son muy pequeños para ti. Yeah. Like, no, it's for me. It's not for you, it's too small for you.
Ellos quieren buscar unas camisetas.
Oh, there's buscar. Okay. Ellos quieren buscar unas camisetas. Okay. It's a natural thing to probably want to know. Buscar. The heck?
Buscar.
Buscar. Oh, Oscar.
Quiero buscar un sombrero para ti. Quiero.
Quiero buscar.
Un.
¿Un? What are you looking for you?
Quiero buscar un sombrero para ti.
Oh,
Un
so
sombrero para ti.
La tienda cierra en la noche.
Sierra. Sierra is close, to close, right? Shut. So now we have open and shut, or close. Close. En la noche. Queremos ir de compras a una tienda de ropa muy bonita.
Tienda. Esta tienda cierra los domingos.
Esta tienda cierra
Cierra
los domingos,
los domingos.
on Sundays.
¿A qué hora abre?
¿A qué hora abre la tienda?
La
La tienda
tienda
no
abre
abre los domingos. Okay. Esta camisa es para mí.
Mi.
Or close on a week. La tienda
cierra
cierra los fines de semana.
semana.
Oh, just that doesn't imply multiple weekends, but well, it implies multiple weekends, and they wanted multiple weekends, but I would have said based on that el fin de semana, but that's fine.
¿Qué talla necesitas?
¿Qué talla? Talla, size? Talla, yeah. Necesito una talla pequeña porque este camiseta es demasiado grande.
Grande.
Nah, that looks perfectly fine. You can rock that.
¿Dónde está el probador?
Probador. You try? No, it's not. That's fitting room.
Probador.
Estos precios son muy buenos.
Prices. Estos precios son muy buenos. Oh, it's because precios. Okay.
Precios.
Esta
Precios.
falda es bonita pero cara.
Cara, expensive. Feminine, expensive. This is a repeat. Caro. This. Pero. Oops.
¿Me puedo probar estos zapatos?
Me puedo probar estos zapatos. Zapatos. Right?
Probar. Estos zapatos.
Yeah. Can I try on these shoes? Ugh! Oh my goodness.
Aquí están los vestidos, señora.
I didn't know where the on was gonna go. It's like, can I try these shoes? As opposed to using on somewhere. Aquí están los vestidos. Vestidos, señora. ¿Me puede probar el vestido azul?
Quiero comprar estas camisetas baratas.
Baratas, cheap. That's a repeat too. Whoops.
Aquí están los zapatos.
Me puedo. Aquí están. Here. Here are these shoes. Me puedo probar. Probar. Oh, jeez. Probar los zapatos rojas.
Ellas buscan unas faldas baratas.
Oh my gosh, I didn't realize how much skirt looks like shirts.
Tenemos tallas.
Tenemos tallas grandes y pequeñas. Oh, okay. Yeah, big and small sizes. Right. La ropa es muy cara en esta tienda. Yo busco una tienda barata.
Ropa. Barata.
Mi esposa
Mi esposa busca un reloj para su padre. Looking for a watch. Okay.
Estos
precios
muy
son
muy buenos.
Las camisas. Las camisas son caras en esta tienda. ¿Dónde están los
probadores?
probadores?
El dólar.
El dólar. 13.
¿Cuánto cuesta?
¿Cuánto cuesta?
Este abrigo es muy barato.
¿Cuánto? Ah, ¿sí? ¿Cuánto cuesta? 14. 15.
13, 14, 15.
We're counting up. These are actually the important ones because they.
¿Tienes 13
different.
dólares?
¿Tienes 13 dólares? Dólares. Sorry. ¿Tienes 13 dólares? I have my stress on the first one. Dólares.
Tengo 10 pesos para ti.
Pesos para ti. Tengo 10 pesos. That's not a lot of money.
Ella busca 15 pesos en la cartera. Ella.
What? What time is it for me? It is 11:47. It's almost midnight. Almost midnight.
Ella busca 15 pesos en la cartera.
Is it like 4 a.m. for you? Almost 4 a.m.? 5 a.m.? Depending on daylight savings time, if you already fast forward your time. Also, you forgot to ask, how long have I been learning Spanish for? I learned Spanish for 3 years, 20 years ago. Okay, it's 5. Yeah. Have you moved your clock 1 hour forward yet? You probably haven't, since it's 5-hour difference between us. When do you move your clock forward? Am I crazy? You don't use any analog clocks. Oh, I know, but what I mean is... Hold up. Oh. Just kidding, you just did it. Oh, so it is 5-hour difference. Oh, I just did it. Okay. No, it was 2 days ago. It was this week on Sunday at 1 p.m. But I think that was 1 p.m. Yeah, it was recent. Yeah, the 30th of March. Yeah, that's why it's 5 p.m. Yeah.
Ella busca 15 pesos en la cartera.
Is it the same time globally? It is not. The reason why I know this is there's a it fluxes between 15 and 26 days. 15 and 26 days, depending on which European country you're in. or like the UK. It all varies. Belgium was a different time, which I spoke with Gecko, and Germany is a different time, and the United States is a different time, so it was relative. Yeah, so there's a period of average 20 days where you're either +4 or you're +5 in the UK with the United States, and in Belgium is +5 or +6 with Eastern Standard Time over here. Yeah, it's weird. March is a weird month. There's a place in the USA where the clock is at 45 minutes into an hour when it's the hour in other places. Oh, that's interesting. Thanks to Lawrence, thanks to Lawrence in Across the Pond, I didn't realize that there's a place in the United States where they could be in the East Coast, almost the East Coast, and almost the West Coast, where they're only 1 hour apart. when the vast majority of the East Coast and West Coast is 3 hours apart, right? But there is a place on the East Coast and a place on the West Coast where if you're in those two locations, you're only 1 hour apart. Fun, huh? Quite fun. I think we talked about this. Did we talk about this before? Where Lawrence, it was funny because Lawrence only have he been in the United States that he kind of had the appreciation that it's actually kind of UK is kind of the place where there isn't separate time zones, and it's weird. It's everywhere else that's weird. So in fact, it turns out to be UK is the weird one. I really love these things. I can't get enough of these weird perspective shifts. There's a place in the US where the clock is 45 minutes to an hour, whereas, place. I just looked it up, and there are many places that have half-hour and 45-minute time zones. Yeah. There's also, Lawrence pointed out a bunch of weird ones, too. There's one place where there are 3 separate time zones in a single state. Like, so the single state has 3 separate time zones. And it's not due to like distance, it's due to like political, like geopolitics. It's due to geopolitics where there's 3 time zones in that one state. It's like, yes, so you can live right next to each other and be, and not like from left to right, but just it's kind of funny.
Ella busca 15 pesos en la cartera.
Ella busca. What are you looking for? Cartera?
La cartera.
Ne?
Ella busca 15 pesos en la cartera.
Oh.
En pesos. Cuestan. Ella busca 15 pesos en la cartera.
Wait.
Ella busca 15
Oh.
pesos en la cartera.
Oh. Wait, what?
Ella busca 15 pesos en
Oh, she found
cartera.
she found 15 pesos in the card. I mean, in the suitcase. I'm like, what's going on? My brain. El vestido cuesta 14 pesos. 14.
¿Los zapatos cuestan mucho?
¿Los zapatos cuestan mucho? ¿Ne? Estos zapatos cuestan mucho dinero. Pero son bonitos. You keep telling yourself that.
Todos los sombreros cuestan $10. Todos los 10.
In to
Dólares. Cuestan 10. Todos los sombreros cuestan $10. Cuestan 10.
I'm being a pep right now. I'm trying to phrase this something different. I thought they were at a checkout and they're like, the total comes to $10 or something, as opposed to the hats are $10. I don't know what I'm thinking.
¿Cuántos?
¿Cuántos dólares? ¿Cuántos dólares necesitas?
Necesitas.
Necesitas.
Tú pagas.
Tú pagas 14 pesos. No. Wait. Yes.
Pesos.
Esos.
Esos pantalones cuestan mucho dinero.
Cuesta dinero.
Wait. Yes. Oh, wow. We're just jumping. Oh, because the rest is 16, yeah, 16, 17, 18, 19, and then 20.
20.
Oh yeah, jeez. Oh, they're just gonna, oh, okay.
18.
Los zapatos
Los zapatos no cuestan 18 pesos. Oh, there's 17. Okay, we're just counting now.
17.
Count.
19.
18, 19, 20.
20.
Aquí tienes tus 19 pesos. Aquí. Tus 19 pesos.
Wait.
Aquí tienes tus 19 pesos.
Oh, I have your, okay.
16.
15, 16, 17.
You gotta learn how to count at some point, you know?
necesitas
Necesita 16 dólares. Dólares. In cash. I'm not entirely sure if I know this. En efectivo.
En efectivo.
En efectivo.
Ella paga en efectivo.
Ella paga en efectivo. Interesting.
La tarjeta de crédito.
Yeah, tarjeta. La tarjeta de crédito. 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 Crédito.
En efectivo.
En efectivo o
Tarjeta.
tarjeta de
crédito.
Crédito. Jeez. Crédito. Con crédito. That's interesting. That is very interesting. In and with. Because that kind of happens with Japanese and Chinese as well. Huh. Intriguing.
Todas
Todas las
camisas
cuestan
cuesta 20
pesos. I gotta make sure I don't say 20 pesos.
No.
No tengo mi tarjeta de crédito. All right, that's it. That's all we
¿Quieres
got.
la camisa en talla 17?
Ay, 17. Whoa. Actually, I don't even know. Is size 17 big? Uh, do you want the shirt in size 17? What does that even mean?
Yo creo que el vestido es muy caro.
I'm too uncultured for sizes. How do I do sizing when I shop for clothing? Since it's online now, a lot of times online commerce, they do like a fit guide, right? Or they use the letter designations, right? They use the letter designations. And then the letter designations then apply to different properties. So waist, shoulder, etc. Right? And then they have a number corresponding to them. But I don't know what 17 means. Like, what does size 17 mean? As opposed to like literal measurements. These would then be literal measurements as fit guides. Weird. I at some point in my life I did kind of understand it, and now I no longer understand it. I kind of remember pants size. You go from 30 for men, and you go up from 30, and that's usually where your waistline is. And this is inches. Sorry, or not. I don't know how it works with centimeters.
Yo creo que el vestido es muy caro.
Yo creo que...
¿Qué?
Yo creo que... I think... Something. El vestido es muy caro.
Yo creo que el vestido es muy caro.
Quiero buscar trabajo en una tienda.
Quiero buscar trabajo en una tienda. Oops.
Los pantalones son baratos también.
Los pantalones son baratos. ¿También?
También. Los pantalones son baratos también.
¿La camiseta es para ti o para mí?
¿La camiseta es para ti o para mí? Oh, actually, T don't have an accent. My bad. ¿Para ti o para mí?
¿Qué talla necesita, señor?
¿Qué talla necesita,
señor?
Pagamos el vestido con $20.
Pagamos el vestido con $20. What? Do they want like cash in here? Oh no. Oh yes. Oh no. We are paying for the dress with $20. Oh, that's where the width is. I guess that is pretty literal.
Mi esposa busca un reloj para su padre. Mi esposa. Un reloj.
Wait. Mi esposa busca un reloj para su padre.
Mi esposa busca un reloj para su padre.
¿Quieres esto?
¿Quieres esto? $20.
Ella busca.
Ella busca 15 pesos en la carretera.
Dúo,
Dúo, ¿qué talla usas? ¿Qué talla usas? Sorry. Sometimes the mic doesn't work on the beginning. Duo, ¿qué tallas usas? Talla. Duo, ¿qué talla usas?
dúo, ¿qué talla usas?
I don't know if this is right.
Talla,
Talla.
¿qué quieres buscar?
¿Qué quieres buscar aquí?
Pagamos el vestido con $20.
I clicked on the wrong
Pagamos el
thing.
vestido con $20.
Yeah. I got it. Go butthead. You happy, Falstaff? Don't give me that look. Alright. Gonna have to start typing soon.
Estos vestidos son para mí.
Cuestas 20
Pesos.
pesos.
La tienda
La tienda cierra en la noche. ¿Cierra? Cierra. Yes.
Sí, señor. Los pantalones cuestan $13 y el sombrero cuesta 15.
Papá, quisiera comprar algo para ti. Papá, quisiera comprar algo para ti.
¿Dónde están los probadores?
Zapadores.
¿Me puedo probar otra camiseta? Me puedo probar. ¿Me puedo probar otra camiseta? Otra camiseta.
Esta.
Esta folder
Es
bonito,
pero caro.
pero cara.
Cara.
Quiero buscar trabajo en una tienda. Tiene. Tienda.
Estos relojes cuestan. ¿Y cuánto cuesta ese reloj? No tiene el precio. Nosotros buscamos. Ellos buscan. Hay una nueva tienda.
Pago 18 pesos en efectivo. Compramos muchos zapatos baratos.
$15, $16.
15, 16, 17.
Los zapatos cuestan 16 pesos.
Alright, now we get to listen to a story. Let's go! New story. These ones are great. Where are my keys?
¿Dónde están mis llaves? Lynn está con su abuela, Lucy.
Tenemos una reserva en un restaurante muy elegante esta noche.
Okay. We need to make a reservation.
¿Vamos? No quiero llegar tarde.
Está bien. No. ¿Dónde están las llaves de mi motocicleta?
Motocicleta. Interesting.
Tú nunca sabes dónde están tus llaves. ¿Están en tu abrigo?
Posible.
Lynn busca en su abrigo.
No, no están aquí.
¿Están debajo de tu cama?
Under your bed.
No, no están debajo de la cama.
¿Están en tu zapato?
Imagine finding your keys in your shoes.
No, eso es extraño.
Extraño. Okay.
No sé dónde están mis llaves. Vamos.
I guess I can just go in a taxi.
No, es demasiado tarde.
Too
Lo
late.
siento.
Aw.
Está bien. Yo puedo cocinar algo para la cena.
Cocinar en la cena for dinner.
Lucy abre la puerta de la nevera.
Uh-huh. Oh my gosh, it's in the refrigerator.
Lynn, aquí están tus llaves.
Have I done that before? I might have done that. Severin. I placed something in a refrigerator when it's not supposed to be in there before. Sabes. Restaurante. Llaves. Abuela. Abuela. Okay. Alright. Let's take it back.
¿Dónde están mis llaves? Lynn está con su abuela, Lucy.
This was okay. I think there are many peaks. The stories are great.
Tenemos una reserva en un restaurante muy elegante esta noche. ¿Vamos? No quiero llegar tarde.
Está bien. No. ¿Dónde están las llaves de mi motocicleta?
Tú nunca sabes dónde están tus llaves. ¿Están en tu abrigo?
Lynn busca en su abrigo.
No, no están aquí.
¿Están debajo de tu cama?
No, no están debajo de la cama.
¿Están en tu zapato?
No, eso es extraño. No sé dónde están mis llaves. Vamos.
No, es demasiado tarde.
Lo siento.
Está bien. Yo puedo cocinar algo para la cena.
Lucy abre la puerta de la nevera.
Lynn, aquí están tus llaves.
Llaves. Egar. Abuela. Cocinar. ¿Sabes? Okay. Bum. Alright. Alright, it's time to
Queremos
type.
ir de compras hoy. Compras.
Okay.
¿Cuándo quieres ir de
¿Cuándo quieres ir de compras?
La tienda abre a las 8.
Quiero
buscar un sombrero para ti.
Queremos buscar otra tienda.
Carmen va de compras mañana?
Carmen va de compras mañana. ¿Va? Please.
¿Quieres?
¿Quieres comprar para mí? ¿Algo
Ah,
para mí?
mí. ¿La camiseta es para ti o para mí? Mí.
Este supermercado abre todos los días. Nunca está cerrado. No, that's right. Papá, yo quiero un regalo. ¿Este regalo es para mí?
Mi.
¿Quieres ir de compras conmigo? Hay una nueva tienda de ropa.
La tienda cierra a las 9 hoy.
Cierra. there's an ah there. Interesting. Quiero buscar a un sombrero para ti. Oh, I don't need an ah. Okay.
La tienda abre en media hora.
Okay. Esta tienda cierra los domingos.
La tienda cierra los fines de semana.
Hay muchas tiendas interesantes aquí.
Quiero buscar un sombrero para ti. Whoop.
La tienda abre en media hora.
This is personal, so you may want to talk about it. But how does your empathetic personality affect your view of yourself, both in physical attraction and personality? Like empathetic personality? For what? For other people? It's kind of non-existent.
Nadar.
Nadar. I mean, probably the personality-wise is probably predominant, but how does it affect? My empathy?
Nadar.
That's a good question. I don't know how it affects my personality. It affects most of it. It's usually personality. I don't have any physical attraction really.
Nadar.
Nadar.
Me.
Dormitorio.
Dormitorio. I think if I had to make a
Talla.
yeah. If I had to make a really big concession, the empathetic personality affects what is important. So someone is very. If you don't think I am physically attractive, I don't really think so. I'm not physically attracted to myself. If that's what you mean. Like, I don't find particular things I think about that it's visually
Es
attractive.
muy barato.
I more think of it as, is it interesting looking? That's probably, that could be a form of attraction.
Barato. Es muy barato.
Yo creo que estos pantalones son muy baratos.
Ellas buscan unas faldas baratas.
And you're talking about view myself. Oh yeah. Yeah, probably not really. Not even personality, honestly. Usually attraction is between two people. So, you could say you could be attracted to yourself, like narcissism, like, and it's not a bad or a good thing. There's an element of narcissism. Sometimes I think about my hair, you know. I used to think about my hair.
Baratas. Ellas buscan unas faldas baratas.
Baratas. I think most of the stuff is a consequence of everything else. So it's very low on the priority.
Las camisas son caras en esta tienda.
I think comfort comes first. So physical attractiveness comes at the expense of comfort. So, and then personality is also at the expense of comfort. In terms of personality, it's rarely an attractive personality is one that emphasizes charisma, and that charisma happens to be the attractiveness to others too when it comes to personality. But when it comes to physical attractiveness, comfort comes before if it's attractive. So I watched this one person who does like fashion, right? And he has a tagline that he says a lot of times. In the end of the day, if you are wearing something that you're not comfortable in, then that supersedes how fashionable it is, for example. And for me, comfort comes first. Attractiveness comes second. or physical attractiveness, I guess. I'm second. Personality, in fact, I think I'm far more, if you want to talk about like surface level, like oftentimes when people think about the vainness or vanity when it comes to physical attractiveness, I think I would allocate that to personality. I'm incredibly vain and dependent on the charismatic properties of myself and other people. So I like being around charismatic people. That's probably one form of attractiveness. So when someone is incredibly charismatic, they are inherently attractive to me, like attractive for me. And if I was charismatic, then I would be more satisfied with myself, so to speak. So mutual charisma. You've heard women generally are attracted to people more about themselves in terms of social status and intelligence. So with that alone, you have a good chance that quite a few people will find you attractive. Perhaps. Perhaps. Yeah. Are you personally invested a lot in searching for a partner? Not particularly. My parents have though, for me. So there have been a lot of attempts. But generally speaking, it's non-negotiable if someone is not charismatic enough. And now what I mean by charismatic, I don't mean like its attraction to the general audience. I mean charismatic in the sense that the person's well-spoken. There's an open line of communication. In fact, I'm not sure if you were here, but Turtle asked me, what do I look for in a partner? And if I had to give a hot take, I might have already explained this a couple times already. Maybe right after you popped in after the turtle thing. But if I had to boil it down to a super hot take, like an incredible controversial take, it's an open line of communication. And generally speaking, when I see charismatic people, it's more likely, not guaranteed, but it's more likely that there's an open line of communication. So that comes first most of the time. There's something that's very inherently attractive about people who are charismatic in nature. Now, don't sell charisma short per se. There's a difference between being popular and being charismatic. Being popular, you can be incredibly uncharismatic and you can still be popular. I'll let you use your imagination. There are plenty of examples in this day and age, especially very prominent figures who are incredibly popular, but they're not incredibly charismatic. So there are other ways to become popular without being charismatic. And I'm probably incredibly attracted to charisma. Like, I'm not even sure that this could get a little sticky, but I can be attracted to like a non-preferential physical like selection. I'm just very magnetic. I find people who are well-spoken incredibly magnetic. That's probably a great way to summarize it. In terms of physical attractiveness, I think there's something about charisma that overshadows whatever you're seeing with your eyes. At least in my opinion. If you find a partner that's similar to an intelligent personality, your babies might be a superhero. I wish. I mean, intelligence and personality certainly do not transfer to the baby. But obviously, if I had a partner who's incredibly charismatic and maybe coincidentally intelligent in a sense, we'll at least try to impart wisdom on our baby as they grow up. But one cannot. Intelligence, not genetic. Is intelligent not genetic? You never know. The polygenic complexity of inheritance when it comes to the outcome of intelligence and personality for that matter is very wildly difficult to predict how an adult will develop, right? You can have an incredibly intelligent person. We kind of talked about this earlier in the day. We can have an incredibly intelligent adult that has no form of emotional intelligence. And charisma is emotionally intelligent. If I was not born very emotionally intelligent, or like emotional intelligence is not like, at least in my opinion, it's not like there's a schematic for guaranteeing someone being emotionally intelligent. I mean, emotionally intelligent and intellectually intelligent, right? And obviously, smart people make so, intelligent people or charismatic people can very well neglect certain things and certain priorities. So we never know. We'll try our best if that were to happen, right? If that were to happen. Sometimes they don't even have to be genetic, honestly. Like, what I mean is, sometimes I could even envision a time where I find a mutual partner that just wants to adopt a human being. Like, adopt a child or something. It can happen. I don't want to rule out the possibilities. There's something about parenthood that perhaps may also transcend genetics. But with that said, I always envision myself to have some sort of genetic tie with a younger, a progeny of some sort. Las camisas son caras en esta tienda. Here's a counter argument. I don't want to make it sound one-sided, right? Here's a counter argument to someone who's not physically attractive, like for myself. You could end up with someone who neglects their own physical appearance. When you neglect your own physical appearance, that also says something about your lifestyle. So, like, I'm not attracted, say, physically, but that doesn't necessarily mean I don't take care of myself. Like, I still wash my face, hygiene, work out, so I'm not like over. But those things make one physically okay. Like, whether I'm attractive or not, the nice thing is I'm healthy. So it's interesting that when one maintains their health. Hello, morning. Good morning, Bryce. Good morning, good morning. When one maintains a healthy, sustainable, less stressful lifestyle, it kind of inherently checks itself. So, like, I don't want to say it has all genetics. Like, I think that's kind of an hard, ambivalent statement. But it might be a coincidence. There might be coincidences or coinciding causal links between being predisposed with your genetics and then making decisions that may outline the things, right? Because my diet is incredibly eclectic. It's very maintained. I still do my things. I'm relatively flexible. Relatively, like, I don't know if you've ever done this, but I can interlock my my hands behind my back, that kind of thing. But it comes from maintenance too. I'm not entirely sure. You could kind of say they're all connected. Like, we're not gonna perhaps not breach the nature versus nurture paradigm, but both probably. It would be very, very interesting. I would love to have the privilege to meet a partner who wants to bring a related progeny to life or to the world. I honestly, here's something that might be a little bit more personal. I actually think raising a child supersedes intimacy. So that is also something that may reduce my potential for, like, interacting with people, right? Since you're asking about physical attractiveness and personality attractiveness, oftentimes people who tends to solely be attracted to personalities may commonly align with people who aren't very intensely intimate in a physical way. So that can be a barrier to creating intimate relationships. I actually think having a child, or the duty-bound nature of trying to raise a child, is a gift that can even be achieved without necessarily an intense or intimate love between partners. That reduces my odds, by the way, not necessarily increase my odds for finding a partner. Yeah. Charisma is magnetic to me. Rarely is it about the physical appearance. Now, I say rarely. When someone clearly doesn't take care of themselves, that is very different from the idea of attractiveness. That's more of an idea of concern. But they're all interconnected, so it's very difficult to decouple them. If one is charismatic, they would inherently likely take care of themselves as well, like physically. Because charisma, in order to be charismatic, one, it has to be presentable as well. And presentability doesn't necessarily mean that it's completely optional for to be charismatic. One has to be charismatic, so they are concerned about appearances, and that appearance may also include attractiveness, or like physical attractiveness. So I wouldn't like walk into a wedding and say, I don't care what I look like. Walk in, pair of jeans and stuff. No, I get a fitted suit that doesn't overshadow the groom or the bride, but usually the groom, and it would be tailor fit, so for the occasion, and then I would dress in the most appropriate way I can see with my current lifestyle. So I wouldn't like dress down specifically. That apathy, you would tend to disagree with that point. A homeless person might still be charismatic. I didn't say you didn't disagree with my point. I'm talking about tendencies. You're talking about absolutes, using the word like might. A homeless person may be far less charismatic than that homeless person being not a homeless person. So, I'm not talking about absolutes here. They're not mutually exclusive. So you decided to pick an absolute situation, which I agree with. A homeless person may definitely be charismatic. But if you take that same homeless person and make that person not homeless, they may still be more charismatic, or likely to be more charismatic than the homeless person themselves. Largely because social like environments and stuff. So it's great that we can still compensate for a lot of things. Like, for example, an overweight person who doesn't take care of their own personal hygiene can still be charismatic. However, if that person is charismatic, they would less likely be overweight and have poor hygiene. It's not a guarantee, but the thing that Procol is asking about is, what am I looking for that prioritizes all the others? So there's an interaction between all of them, and it's really hard to segregate all of them. So if someone's asking me, am I physically if I view myself with physical attractiveness or personality attractiveness, the cop-out answer is both. However, there's a slight priority shift. Some of the personality things I look for may also relate to people's physical attractiveness. So like my friends, for example, most of my friends have excellent hygiene, but I didn't look for excellent hygiene, right? And that can be a tough thing to disentangle. So is being intelligent, for example, part of having charisma? I'm not sure. In my life, my intelligence or my intellectual intelligence have often been achieved not applying my emotional intelligence. And then my emotional intelligence was acquired later. So if there's any form of charisma that I may have that can attract a partner, is probably not necessarily due to my intellectual intelligence. Yeah, you've heard in some Asian countries it's often viewed as bad if you have a beard, as it is associated with being unclean and not well kept. Yeah, so there are things like that. And here's another thing. I have like some facial hair, but I'm largely I don't have facial hair. So there are a lot of things that also, if you're talking about genetics and stuff, right? Yeah, I don't have body hair. So that's kind of one of those things as well. Like this stuff, I take a small scissors and I just cut it. That's as close as it gets. So there's also conveniences of coincidences. I don't think anyone has ever called me attractive in my life, which is interesting. Largely because I probably look like a kid more than I look like an adult most of my life so far. Like to the comparative age group, right? So that's an interesting question. I don't think I've ever described myself as someone who's attractive or physically attractive. Are your parents bothered much with you getting a partner? I know more old school parents sometimes have quick, strict preferences. I'm attractive? Oh, I appreciate that. That's very flattering. I appreciate it. Strict preferences? My parents? Here's a thing about the Chinese thing, right? It was strict when I was 25. And then it got less strict when I was 26. Then 27. Then 28. And so on. So now I'm 38 years old. It's a lot less strict now. Pragmatic parents. Old school parents. Very pragmatic. It's not without trying. I have tried, but I want to make it clear I haven't actively tried until after my PhD. That was the idea. So I was already 31, 32 by the time we're like, oh yeah, it's time to consider that. Personally, you don't find you unattractive as you're not gay, but like when I look at, say, Henry Cavill, I understand that you have features that are generally considered attractive. Interesting. Hear me out here. I understand the concept of what trends as attractiveness, and that's as far as I go. Like I genuinely just do not know, if you know what I mean. Like I understand the concept of features and facial things, like so I can talk to people about it. Like, oh yeah, Henry Cavill, just smoldering. Or like Ryan Gosling, for example. I'm just throwing out random names because I pay attention to like appearances quite a bit. It's one of the things that I have to take care of, largely because you kind of feel like a weirdo when you go around. It's like, I don't understand. so like Ryan Gosling, like what is the act of smoldering, right? A male that smolders, Ryan Gosling. Or like older gentleman who ages very well, George Clooney. So I do understand that type of thing. And then, you know, if you're going for the more rugged thing, you can, but older on site, like Hugh Jackman, for example. Or then you go with like the quirky but cute, not necessarily attractive but cute, Joseph Gordon-Levitt. So there are definitely these things. And then we have the charisma guys, like Hang on. What's his name? Adrian Brody. Adrian Brody, for example. Adrian Brody. Personally, I still lean towards charismatic things. Like, you wouldn't say, for example, Paul Giamatti as an attractive male or something. But his roles that he play makes him, personality-wise, he's incredibly charismatic, in my opinion. Or like comedians. Lots of comedians are also incredibly charismatic, but rarely do they rank and say like, oh yeah, that's really attractive. Adrian Brody seems very egotistical when giving his speech at the Oscars. Yeah, I can see that. What's another person that can seem somewhat egotistical that comes up a couple of times? Russell Crowe, Tom Cruise. Yeah. Oh, here's one that is a great example. Brad Pitt. You have your charisma and clearly physical attractiveness. Maybe Pedro Pascal now? I guess that's a trend. Pedro Pascal. Seeing that we're learning Spanish right now. I have no idea what their personalities are like. I don't know them personally, so I can't say much to the idea of their personalities off camera, like not in the limelight, right? So it's a shame, but it would be kind of interesting. Okay, that's what you meant by you're saying you're attractive. To give you an idea, I would bet all the money I have that there is at least tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of women would find me attractive. I could see that. I can see that, especially considering how many humans are in this world. Yeah, there is the rough and more masculine looking attractive and the more soft and feminine attractive looking one. Yeah. I think I'm more the how did I describe this before? Just for some fun thing. I don't know if you're familiar with this euphemism in the UK or maybe in different countries. I'm the guy. This sounds very I don't know if this even fits, but I'm the guy that you would want to come home and see every day, but not the guy that knock it out of the park every once in a while. So like safe, probably middle of the road, fairly safe. We got roundness going around everywhere. That's great, and that pretty much paints my appearance, my rating of my appearance. I'm the average guy that's not offensive, but also not going to knock your socks off. But the idea is that when you come home, right, you don't have days, ups and down days. It's very consistent. I don't even know if I'm above average. I can say one thing though that really works in my favor. Sometimes being young, or more like being young in appearance but older in personality, is attractive, right? At least that is very clear in the current demographics, like the internet demographics. When you appear young but you are mature in your personality. So kind of like a bit of a mix between someone who is looks their age and also acts their age is a little interesting. Lots of people are looking for that in a partner, especially after a tough relationship. Yeah. Hear me out. I'll share a few stories because I'm not gonna get to Wagotabi today, but I'll share a few stories. I'm the guy who back in the day didn't know I was going on dates until someone told me I was going on dates. It's happened like 2 or 3 times. But I didn't have the emotional intelligence to understand that. Yeah, like 2 or 3 times, and then 2 or 3 stalkers over the years. But that was before I established emotional intelligence, and even then, maybe into my 20s, it still happened a couple times. That's what I mean by sometimes people are very intelligent and maybe they're very nice, but you know you can be as blinded as possible. And the whole, like, especially after a tough relationship, the reason why I'm sharing this is because many times I was the guy who clean up, as in like not clean up as in like swoop in and take the advantage, but I'm the guy who, okay, everyone else is heartbroken and they're like, everyone hates each other, but I'm also friends with everyone, so I'm going to sort this out. And so I'm the guy who drives the heartbroken people and talk to the heartbroken people. So I would be like chilling with the guys who are getting over the breakup, also driving the girl back home so she's safe and she doesn't do anything that could potentially be deleterious. Like, I still remember, and I still remember to this day, 2 people I'm acquainted with dated the same person, and that same person, I was there during that breakup. So I still remember driving her vehicle back to her house. I have no idea what her house is like or anything. She was just guiding me, right? She's really upset. So I drove the car, and I specifically remember that day she told me we should keep the heater blowing on because her check engine light is still on. And in order to keep her engine from overheating, you have to keep the heater on in the middle of summer. I was the guy that drove that car. So that's probably the most relatable thing that I could say after, like, the person you're looking for is, yeah, I'm the go-to guy. But also when it comes to physical attraction, early in the years, I'm also the friend, not the partner. I'm usually the friend. So the guy, like, oh yeah, you know, as they're chasing their passions, you know, oh yeah, this guy's gonna be a superstar, this guy's a jock, and I'm like, meanwhile, I'm like, well, I hope it all goes well. And then when you have problems or something, well, you know who to find. I'm here. I'm just chilling. I exist. And I always make time for people. So that's kind of it. That part of me haven't changed. Only now I'm able to express it a little bit better. I'm a bit more articulate. I don't just stand there and say nothing until someone says, hey, you seem like you're pretty chill. Can I tell you a secret? And then can you help me out? Secret keeper. That's me. And to this day, I don't think anyone knows what I know. Really. I still do it. Like, I love trying to help people sort out their things. Well, thank you, Roka. I try to be chill. I wish I could say the same when I was younger. I was not chill when I was younger. I had a really bad temper, and it was not because I hate any particular person. I just hated life in general. Like, life just sucked, right? And life sucked in a way that I think a lot of people find relatable now. As in, why do people hate me? Why do people think being different and I can't be the same, and why I don't understand things? That's like temper out of frustration. But thanks to good old growing up, meeting different people, the internet, learning different languages, meeting Spanish speakers, people who like anime, all that stuff created a wealth of knowledge that allowed me to pivot, right? That's great that you've been able to get past that. In a way, yeah, you could say that. It's with me the whole time. It's with me the whole time. Like, I don't hate my old self, but it's nice to know where it all started, right? Now, if you understand your anger, your point of frustrations, you know, earlier today we spent like hours talking about how and why. So I know how, and I know why, and I know all the things I don't understand, but being able to explore that gives you control over it. So that control can be leveraged. So like, if I had to read someone's mind, for example, I get this comment quite a bit in like private when I'm talking to people. Like, they would say something, I'm like, hold your thought for a moment. Give me like 30 minutes. And I would try to answer all their questions before they ask them, right? And I'm not trying to guess what they're going to ask. I'm actually describing something a lot of times, all the patterns that I recognized in my past, in the younger self. And they happen to be very consistently coinciding with lots of the things I encounter today, right? Like people who get angry, get bored, get depressed, but they don't really know why. And you ask certain questions and certain things. And that's a great enabler. You allow people to heal themselves. It's pretty powerful. It's a shame that, in my opinion, it's a little disheartening that it would take someone like a stranger like myself, for example. I earnestly love encountering like Gecko, right? Gecko is a father, and he seems to be incredibly experienced. And for every one person who's incredibly experienced, you have tons of people who I still see a very familiar face, which is myself. A very familiar face. But it's a bit disheartening sometimes when it takes a stranger to do that. Typically, wishful thinking. It's usually your loved ones, your friends, your family members that gets you really situated with these things. Also, it kind of relates to the whole physical attractiveness and personality. Some may even argue you are attracted, and you may be initially attracted both physically and personality-wise by some of your early impressions, the things that stuck first, and then you refine them. Well, it's interestingly enough, I didn't quite experience any form of attraction when I was younger. There were quite a lot of things that clouded any form of attraction, like getting a job, getting good grades. This sounds superficial a little bit. Like superficial in the sense that some people find the things that I find important when I was younger superficial to the things that they found important then, and then now the role is reversed. Where you see a bunch of 20-year-olds and whatnot wanting a stable, like, financial security, how to invest, make decisions, solve problems, consulting on like decision making and whatnot. And that's kind of what I invested most of my childhood in. They superseded most of the emotional intelligence, in my opinion, that other people might have. So like, I didn't go through multiple breakups. I didn't go through exploring my preferences. You're gonna hit the road? Yeah, have a great one. Bryce, good luck, good luck. Hit the road, huh? Best of luck. If you're going running, have a great run as well. Good luck, good luck. Thank you for chilling for a bit, Bryce. It's kind of, we'll see what happens. I could end up still being a 60-year-old crank who kicks people off their lawns. You know? Nah, I'll be that weirdo that everyone's like, don't take his cookies. Don't take cookies from strangers. And I'd be totally like hanging out cookies. You know what's okay. I know this is gonna sound like it's coming from a privileged position, but honestly, it'd be really cool just to be a greeter. Like some days it makes me feel like if I had a skill, I haven't developed a skill yet, that requires a couple seconds, right? I typically don't gravitate towards skills that allow people to smile or be happy in seconds, in mere seconds. Like, for example, I don't know, grab some balloons and make like balloon animals in the middle of it, like in the front of Walmart for no apparent reason, just to make kids happy. I don't have skills like that at the moment. Perhaps that might be something interesting in the future. Most of the time, my skills take a very, very long time. It's like a huge investment. So it's only scalable to like 1 or 2 people at a time. It'd be really fun to have a skill like that. And you mentioned I Show Speed. That's a good example. I think he's, from what I gathered, I usually speak with people and try to look at the best in people. I Show Speed is very insatiably charismatic in a different way, and probably like less laborious. Very less laborious. Again, I'm that guy that is there in the background and will always be available in that background. No burning out, no like dipping, escalating, and I try to continue to be that the rock person, not so much the front runner. If I knew how to play the drums, I'd probably play the drums. No, you know what? Even the basses. not the guitarist or the singer. It's just the drummer or the basses. That's probably it. Although I still have guitars. Maybe the rhythm section. The second guitarist. The backup. Yeah, these are interesting questions. Have you ever ran your own face through like a matching? I've heard that there are algorithms nowadays for like rating your attractiveness based on data mining. Have you ever done that before? Not that you'd be comfortable in using your face and then putting them into a database, but I always thought that's pretty interesting. Here's a question for you, Procol. Do you ever experience when you're attracted to someone's personality that they become more physically attractive? I feel that is probably the way to summarize what I'm saying, or trying to summarize what I'm saying. Like when someone is so magnetically shiny, like they're practically glowing, it makes me think they are glowing. So when I see this person, it's like when they smile, they're extra glowy than another person who may have the identical smile. Like, so if it's 1-to-1, if you have 2 people with very similar faces, it's very clearly one person is more attractive. And you might be thinking, well, it's anyone's guess. there's actually science behind that. There's science behind what you see. And I would love for you to like explore that, because what we see, you might be surprised how often people don't actually literally see what they think they see. So to me, I think asking the question of physical attractiveness and personality, they're one and the same. They interact with each other, cross-modal. So when someone I say is incredibly attractive, it's also affected by my perception of that person's personality. And there is science behind that. Double-blind studies too, actually. A bit of neurobiology use, and in combination with like psychological surveying with double-blind studies, that people often see not the literal thing that exists in front of them. And I think that is true, absolutely true, for attraction. So if you're ever confused, you know, sometimes what other people can't see, it's not uncommon. It's actually far more common than people expect. You've never been able to not change your opinion and find someone physically attractive when they show that they have a rotten personality. Oh, that's a fair point. Oh yeah, that is a fair point. That kind of explains and checks out what you mean by relying on the exuding egotistical like personality overshadowing the person's commentary on the person's physical appearance. That's true. I'm trying to think of maybe a situation where the personality is so rotten that it would cloud my judgment for physical appearance or attractiveness to others. I think for myself, absolutely. However, I'm not sure. I can kind of see it being possible. Like I can sort of empathize with other people still to some extent. If you initially consider them attractive. Okay, I see. I think another great example of who I find attractive is also the people who I talk about all the time, which it's a different form of attraction, I suppose. Like, you know, when you're looking at models, like role models, for example, you want to be as quote unquote attractive as they are. Whenever I see people speaking incredibly elegantly or like very identifiably them, we're not saying like they're always happy or they're always sad, or whenever someone is incredibly identifiably them, that is incredibly attractive. This is off topic and totally fine if you don't want to, but could you take my hat off, as I realize I don't think you've seen my hair before. I've shaved my hair off. Yeah. Yeah. I got a haircut. But usually it grows into a mullet at some point. Have you not seen me with my hair before? Wait, you did see me with my hair before. Yeah, this is my running. Yeah, my stage hair. This is my springtime running hair. You've seen my hair before. The picture that I shown. Like earlier today. This is usually when what was my hair stage, right? My typical hair stage would be the earlier. It is. I would say. Oh, how it is now. Oh, okay, yeah. It goes through stages. This is my running running its hot hair stage. So I wear a cap most of the time. Yeah. So, you know, line, hairline, still the same. And then by the time summerish rolls around, right? By the time summerish rolls around, I will probably be in the mid hair stage, so I'll stop wearing a cap. Did you know? I'm not sure how true this is. This is gonna be the last thing, right? The last thing to talk about. There are people who read faces, and if we were talking about charisma, right? If we were talking about charisma, if you have your forehead exposed, right, and you use it for emoting, it actually presents itself far more as an expressive tone, a more welcoming tone. So if you're ever curious about how like someone could look more moody versus less moody, if you dress your hair up where your forehead is exposed, it's very different from keeping your forehead covered. And you might be thinking, well, don't girls wear like bangs and stuff? It's like, compare them. I don't know how consistent. I've heard that if you're hiding your forehead, you can make people not trust you naturally. Yes, that is it. And that's also why like caps indoors, right? Caps indoors can do that as well. Wearing hats. There are also other things like smiling lines, right, in faces and along your temple area, and there are specific places. Cheeks. I have my mother's cheeks, not that type of cheeks. My fat pads, right? These don't go away to exercise. Like when I'm like, I was like barely very thin. These things make you look, if you have bigger, a rounder face, they tend to be more friendly, but not necessarily more attractive. They're more friendlier. So there is some elements of that can maybe feed into some early impressions. Like thinking bigger people with bigger faces tend to be friendlier, but not necessarily more attractive. I'm not saying this is like stone cold, like we're talking about tendencies, right? Tendencies and statistical probability. So all of this stuff is important to me, in my opinion, like, because sometimes when you point these things out, it kind of gives you some comfort to seeing what you can do with it. Like, do you like that? Do you like being aware of that? It can be a touching point. Like, for example, I can't have a chiseled jawline unless I get surgery, right? That is not sharp. No matter how much I chew gum or something, this is never going to change unless I get surgery. So let's not go too crazy, grain of salt kind of thing. I leverage what I think about my face. So I do know about that type of thing as well. I understand the physical features that complement my face shape. So like glasses, right? Why these glasses? Because they complement my face shape. For most people, they complement my face shape. Largely because my eyebrows are very thin. So my eyebrows are very thin. So if I'm looking directly at you, the frames that are closer to my eyebrow line makes it look that it frames my face a little bit. So there's all those like little things. Bunch of internet, you read them. It's like, oh, that's kind of neat. Let's try it, right? Particular color color matching, like which color complements my skin tone more often. In fact, this very particular shade of this ring light was specifically chosen so that my skin doesn't look like a weird color. I don't know if you ever notice this about your color, but in for like Asians, I suppose, for like people with my complexion, there's a very specific color that makes you look gangrene. Like it kind of makes you look off-putting. So the ring light that I have right here is a very specific color temperature that I've come to understand is very pleasant. And then when I'm outside, there's a very particular way that I take pictures that makes me look pleasant. So that selfie that I was taking with my phone camera, it's not a coincidence I stood in that very position. Now, it's not due to experimentation. After a while, you just kind of get used to like, okay, well, this is a lighting setting. So I kind of understand a little bit about lighting, background things that make you look a little bit more pleasing. So you don't even know that, like, the left side of my face, I have a nasty scar. You can't even see it. I'm kidding. I don't have a nasty side. I'm still trying to come up with a good April Fool's joke. Did I tell you, Prokal? What if I told you? I've used this joke. It's already too late. But what if I told you that I use my GPU to put a filter on my face so I can always appear like I look better than I actually do in real life? Would you find that believable? Honestly, there were some people who I said it with a straight face before, but generally speaking, lighting goes a long way. Yeah. I think also having a budget camera does wonders to one's complexion. Like, I don't know, there's not enough detail, really. And it's not like my face is the whole feed. So I invest time in the way I look. To some extent. It's very important to know these things. I think it's wonderful that lots of people figure these things out and I can take advantage of it. So some people always ask, like, for example, hey, what kind of camera you use? Well, I use a $25 C920 that was available 20 years ago. Not really 20. It's more like 10 years ago, right? But you exercise proper lighting and use, pretty good. When I was a kid, I dressed really weird. Very weird. So nowadays, I can dress in something that I'm more comfortable in, but it also complements me. So you're not gonna find me completely going unhinged, right? Like, would I wear a blazing pink? I would try to make it work, not just be like, oh yeah, it doesn't matter what I wear, I'm always beautiful inside, or something like that. I know how that sounds to other people. I don't want to rain on other people's parades or on for myself. I like to know why I'm wearing things, so I can explain why I chose the particular ring light, a particular tone, particular glasses, why I wear my hat, why I choose to wear specific clothing consistently, why I'm wearing my IEM, right? That type of thing makes me feel comfortable. I'm not sure if other people really like to think of it the same way I do. Investing in yourself is very important, and how you do it is very important. So you can hyper focus on certain things that you can't change, for example. Unless you have surgery, I suppose. Like nose. Right? Nose. I have a very tiny nose. And my face is very bloated. Right? I have cheeks. And you use that to your advantage. At least I think. Before someone says like, this guy knows nothing what he's talking about. It's like, yeah, that's fine. Okay, I'm just sharing. I'm sharing. What do you think? Do you wear glasses, Proko? Do you wear glasses? I can tell you one thing. When I was 13, I had to wear glasses when I was 13. And the moment you wear glasses, your IQ goes up by 50 points. It's funny because it's kind of true. The people who perceive you it kind of goes up. I'm not entirely sure if it works nowadays, but back in the day when I was 13, this was like 25 years ago. In fact, maybe less than 7 years ago, I had a coworker who got LASIK eye surgery, and they decided to continue wearing their glasses, their frames, as accessories. It's kind of knowing your things. Knowing your things. Las camis. Okay. I'm really gonna finish this now. Where are we? Okay. Got this. So, las camisas son caras en esta tienda. None of this is professional advice, folks. I want to emphasize, if you have different opinions, that's really cool. I would love to hear them. None of this is like 100% guarantee or anything. Things that I've noticed over the years. Las camisas son caras. Yeah, there's this one guy.
¿Me puedo probar otra camiseta?
¿Me puedo probar otra camiseta? Probar.
¿Dónde me puedo probar esta camisa?
¿Dónde me puedo probar esta camisa? Oh, heckin' try on.
¿Cuál es el
precio?
¿Dónde están los probadores?
Probadores. And I misspelled it. Probadores. Bores. ¿Tienes? Grande? Oh, usted? Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah, if you're asking a shop clerk, yeah, who would use usted? Okay, fair enough. Esta. Okay.
Estos
precios son muy buenos. Okay. All right, let's try this. Probadores. Yeah, probadores. ¿Hay? hay robadores aquí. Aquí. ¿Ne? Okay.
Nosotros.
Nosotros buscamos. Nosotros buscamos. Looking for. So I don't need anything. It's just. Una tienda de ropa. Okay. Ropa. Ropa. Este abrigo. Este abrigo es caro para mí. ¿Qué? ¿Buscó? Estoy buscando. Buscando. No. Buscando. Unos pantalones. No, just pantalones. Pantalones. Pantalones verdes. Esta falda es bonita, pero cara.
Teléfonos.
Dólar.
Queso.
Reloj. It's so accented. Reloj.
13, 14, 15.
Perros.
Perros.
Viejo. Cama.
Cama. Dólares.
¿Por qué quieres 15 pesos?
15. Oops.
Los pantalones cuestan 14.
Los pantalones cuestan 14 pesos. 14. 14.
Este reloj cuesta 13 pesos.
Este reloj. Wait, I wasn't listening. ¿Cuesta?
Cuesta. Los.
Hold. What is going on here? Are the $15 for me? Los 15 dólares son para mí. Okay. El vestido cuesta. El vestido cuesta 14 pesos.
Sí, señor. Los pantalones cuestan 13 dólares y el sombrero cuesta 15.
Señor, ¿cuánto cuesta este vestido? No tiene el precio. 3 pantalones cuestan un pantalón singular pant.
Ella busca 15 pesos en la cartera.
Oh, okay. Just looking for. Oh, wait. Oh, carretera. I think I said suitcase earlier, but purse. Looking for. Okay. Estas faldas cuestan falda cuesta. Do the pants cost 14 pesos?
Los
Los pantalones
cuestan
14 pesos.
pesos.
Okay. La falda cuesta 13 oh. Oh no. No. Dolores. Okay. 14 pesos son no son mucho dinero. No es. Oh, interesting. Oh, wait. Uh-huh. Okay. Okay. Okay, he does the hat. Cost. El sombrero cuesta 13 dólares. Oh no. Yeah, let's get going. Dólar. Ay. Oh, hi.
16.
16. Bicicleta.
14.
14. 15. 16. Oh, there's a speaker. There's a mic there. 14. 15. 16. Pago. 18 pesos in cash. En efectivo.
¿Para qué necesitas 19?
¿Para qué necesitas 19 dólares?
17, 18, 19.
Esta tienda es muy barata. Con $20 compro 2 camisetas, un sombrero y una falda.
Cheap clothing.
¿En efectivo o con tarjeta de crédito? De
2 camisetas.
Cuestan.
Camiseta.
Cuesta.
Pago 18 pesos en efectivo.
Este vestido cuesta 17 dólares, pero no tengo dinero.
Necesito ese.
Chico. Ese chico tiene 16 años. Neat. Los zapatos cuestan 16 pesos. Ma'am, I need you to sit down. I'm just kidding.
Señora.
Señora, usted paga. How does this work? Paga con Tarjeta.
Tarjeta.
Tarjeta de crédito.
18, 19, 20.
18. No tengo. Oh, that's a big no. No tengo mi tarjeta de crédito. Exclamation mark. Ah! That's the wrong button. Okay. Todas las camisas. Todas las camisas cuestan 20 pesos. Son of a beast! Oh, I missed the S in camisas. Oh, these and those. Estos 20 pesos es para ti. Now it's sewn? Wait. Now I'm confused. I wanted to test the S thing, but why was the other one S? Intriguing. I guess I tested that. Todas las camisas cuestan 20 pesos. Estos 20 pesos son para ti. Yeah. We're doing it. Okay. Quiero buscar un sombrero para ti.
La tienda abre en media hora.
Yeah. Todas las camisas cuestan 20 pesos. Okay. Estos 20 pesos son para ti.
Me gusta mucho ir de compras.
Tenemos.
Tenemos tallas grandes y pequeñas.
Pagamos el vestido con $20. Yo. Voy
de compras.
Los sábados.
Oh. Todos los sábados. Ay, no está precio. Or is it always precios? ¿Precio? Para este vestido. The heck? Oh, the no comes before the I. Whoops. Yes.
Me gusta ir de compras.
Oh, mucho.
Mucho.
Okay. ¿Cuántas? ¿Cuánta? ¿Cuánta cuesta? ¿Cuánto cuesta la camisa? Oh, ¿cuánto? Yes, la camisa. What? Hold on. Has the daily bot come yet? Yes. Twice today. Very early on. I'll give you the name of the daily bot. Oh, it's gone. There was so much chatter today. It's gone. We leveled up. Dun 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 dun. The daily bot. There were 2 daily bots today. Que precio? How far back up you go on chat? Till 7 p.m. Till 7 p.m. I can only go up to 7 p.m. EST. I started at 3 p.m. So I'm missing 4 hours. It's within the 4 hours. So Wanikani is 4 hours. The Wanikani thing was like 5.5 hours. Like that today. Yeah. Way to go! Sorry about that? What do you mean sorry about that? You silly goober. What is there to be sorry about? You better own it. Hang on. Hang on. Why does this not work? Oh, maybe because no, I gotta do the quanta thing. Is more chats good? I don't know. Is it? I don't know. Is it?
Los.
What are you trying to tell me? You can be as chatty as you want. Listen, you could read me a line, an entire stanza from Shakespeare, and I'd be good to go too. Don't expect me to read Shakespeare out loud though. I'm not polluting your ideas here. Do not abuse the human reading bot. Do not abuse your English privileges here. you put a passage of Shakespeare on the screen. I'm not gonna read that. I'll probably try and then realize that I have no way of being able to read Old English or Middle English or like whatever English that's considered. Los los 15 dólares son para mí.
Mi.
Okay, there is no price. Okay, so no hay precio para esto. No, este. Yeah, este vestido. Okay, I want to test something for this one. What if I type cuánto? Or, yeah, cuánto cuánto... No, cuánta la camisa cuesta? No, it's the other way. What happens if I do cuánto cuesta la camisa? Oh, it stays cuánto. Okay. That's why it stays cuánto. I was like adding an A because I thought maybe I need to change it for the camisa. Alright. Okay, alright, it's fine. We're good. What's next?
15, 16, 17.
All right, we're doing this.
Pago
Pago
18 pesos en efectivo.
I was gonna say something weird. So like, say we're having a, we're talking IRL, right? There's a secret covet that I prize myself on. If I had an objective, is that I will talk you into your bed, as opposed to the other way around. So if you think more chat is not good, or if more chat is good, I will talk to you to the point where you might think it's a bad thing. Other than that, yeah, talk as much as you want. It's perfectly all right. I'll make the time for it. Nothing like a nice little chat to make one feel living in the present, right? Living in the present. ¿Tienes grande? Oh, usted. Whoops. I should really use usted on those situations.
Cuesta.
¿Dónde está el probador?
Probador. Oh. Probador. I put probaboard again.
Cuestan.
I need to stop. Okay.
Hola. Sí, señor. El supermercado hoy abre a las 8 y cierra a las 10. No, lo siento. Mañana no abrimos.
Tengo 10 pesos para ti.
Claudia, me gusta mucho la ropa aquí, pero es muy cara. ¿Por qué no vamos a una tienda barata?
Okay. Ah! Oh, she wants to. Oh, okay, yeah. The things are too expensive, but she wants to buy cheap things. Why did I decide to learn Spanish to pick Spanish to learn? In high school, it was between Spanish, German, and French. And I already know Spanish. Or like what I mean is I've already had exposure to Spanish. Yeah, it wasn't, unfortunately. It's not that deep. Other than I live in the United States and I've heard Spanish before German and French. Yeah. And then now I'm revisiting because it's the most comfortable second. It's actually my it's the second most comfortable language probably of the three, like including English. So it goes like English, Spanish, Mandarin, and then Japanese. Tu pagas 14 pesos. I am the thing that I'm uncomfortable with is the same thing that I'm working on, which is to create sentences and leaning towards. But we have to keep, like, we have to review up to where we are before I start engaging in some role playing and whatnot. But the Chinese side of things, we're going to be engaging role playing in June. It was originally set for May, but we're going to change it up a little bit. I want to do like a few mini projects along the way. So April's plans got moved to May and May's plans got moved to June. And then we'll be talking about ChatGPT in June when we do role playing, or more like productive journaling with Chinese. So I wanted to see how I differ in using ChatGPT for generating and creating and initiating construction. So like I will soon I want to start writing and journaling in Chinese alongside my English. So from day to day, I might journal in Chinese and then journal in English and back and forth. So that's the stage that I'm in Chinese. And Spanish, we have a different take on Spanish.
Lo siento, no tengo mi tarjeta de crédito aquí. Tengo que pagar en efectivo.
Okay. Another thing that might be different here is so dual max exist, but it only exists on the phone, right? However, I don't think it's rolled out to all of Android. However, by the end of 2025, I think that's their goal. So while I'm learning how to like operate and prompt design ChatGPT for my Chinese, I'm going to use that experience in order to do like a Wanikani and Hanzahiro thing, where I'm going to use Dual Max by the end of the year, where I set up my phone capture. I'm going to get a new phone this year, so we're going to use a phone that's strictly business as opposed to a personal phone. So I'll be repurposing one of my phone devices that I'm rolling over as a capture in order to show interacting with two different types of LLMs. So Dual Max is available for Spanish and French, I think. Spanish and French on a Max subscription. And it's not really that much of a premium, so I would like to see what they did. And that's part of the plan. Everything is like already planned out, so we'll see. So I want to get like half a year of LLM prompt design practice and then compare it to something that's prescribed, because their role playing and their like thing is designed by them. They're not like, there's no freedom. You don't necessarily like create prompts or something. So I want to see how my creative process is different from their general direction process, and it'll be fun to compare and contrast. Right. Not the most original idea, but it certainly is an idea that I'm willing to try.
Nosotros
buscamos. And I expressed this earlier today, and even in my response to the video comment. My goals is that I expect for at least the foreseeable next year or two, the major priority is to be able to read all three of these languages in a finer and more nuanced place. And then I would be able to respond generally, like, yes, oh, absolutely, and I would be able to like bank off what they're saying, but largely it's doing reading comprehension for me. And honestly, while people keep emphasizing do I speak or something like that, that will come at the interest of constantly reading, supporting my way of interacting with people. Like the last thing I want is I'm already uncomfortable in talking to other people in English, like on stream, because no censorship. I mean, there are already weird things that happen online, let alone just inviting people to talk randomly on stream. I would need like a setup and all that stuff, and I don't want to have the professional obligation to onboard people yet. However, while that's a thing, I expect that I will be able to read and respond to things. So I'm prioritizing that. And because of that, that allows me to keep on being interested in all the things that I do for language learning and whatnot. So it's priorities. It's one of those things, like people are like, oh, don't you want to become fluent in speaking as fast as possible? It's like, well, how do you get there? Because that's the most important question to me. How do you get there? I don't want to sacrifice uprooting all the things that I already love to do and want to do at the cost of whatever your efficient way of doing it. Like that is not my way, right? And it's not a consistent way, and most people quit, in my opinion, by the time they get there. It's kind of like someone who these are very real examples. Someone who really loves Japanese, so they wanted to become fluent as fast as possible, only to lose interest in Japanese by the time they became fluent. And then they felt like they wasted all their time. Or the person who really, really loved the thing they did, they went so hard they no longer love it anymore by the time they reached their goal. Not for me. That is the other side of burnout that I don't particularly partake in. I burn out because I love it so much, and I still continue to love it. I still love science. Like, science is fantastic. Now it's just part of everything else. So perfectly all right. It didn't leave me. I don't hate the things or sit there and regret the things that I do all the time. And then I don't go around projecting it onto other people and then spreading that fear as a way to get your way to be helpful. Like, you can tell when someone is far more damaged by their own actions than the person they're advising. Especially when you're taking it, in my opinion, from my perspective, where I'm usually far more happier doing things my way through the interaction of other people than being told what to do. And even if you're saying you're just being kind, I'm like, you're not being kind, you're being selfish, because you still haven't asked if I'm happy or not. Oftentimes, selfish people think people are unhappy because they are unhappy, in my opinion. Like, don't use Duolingo because you will be unhappy like me in the future. I'm like, it probably work 6 out of 10 times, 7 maybe out of 10 times online. I just happen to be the 3 out of 10 times. I don't choose to regret my choices. It's weird. It's kind of like what Luna said. People who want to often think about changing something about themselves or going back to do things again are those who fear for the future. They make decisions now in order to avoid a future they dread. They're constantly fearful of regret for the future. I do not see my future as ever regretful, or at least I try not to, especially the things that I don't have to do. So language learning is not one of them. There isn't decisions that I would make that would make me feel regretful about my choices. If there's anything, if I don't become fluent in Japanese, I've met you, Procol, and you're not even learning Japanese. Imagine how less likely we would have bumped into each other if I was some hardcore language learner who doesn't like to digress and use something that's casual and constantly focused. I don't think we would have a conversation. The conversations that we would do now. Like today. It's been 10 hours and I'm still chatting away and I still have the confidence of slowly acquiring and reviewing something, right? I could, like most people want me to, take it really, really seriously, right? Well, the funny thing is, if I was really, really trying to be as serious as they want me to be, like in the way that they want, I wouldn't have streamed in the first place. I wouldn't want to talk to people. I would close myself off, put myself in the cave of solitude, and then come back a year and then try to show off and tell people how incredible I am after excommunicating myself for 1 year and sacrificing my livelihood in order to recognize my dream. That may work really, really well for people who don't have well-established habits and want to care about other people. I like making people feel that they're important, and I'm willing to sacrifice even whatever my ulterior motives are for language learning. It's weird that language learning ends up becoming the point of interest when there's something really much more obvious that's in front. I stream. So when someone tells me things like, oh, don't you want to prioritize this? And like, well, does it look like I'm talking to people all the time? Like I'm not in that way. So how is it that it's so not, how did one miss the obvious reason that I probably spend more time reading written language than I spend speaking? Not that it won't come out eventually, and I should work on it eventually. But these things take time, and there are more important things than the things you think that are important, right? And I wasn't like, I hope I wasn't too belligerent. I was making clear that I value things that this person does not. Kind of like our wonderful discussion about, I think, if you're still listening, Procall, the way you were talking and the way we were talking about physical attractiveness and personality, I think that's probably very, very much a conversation that could be so vitriolic what if it was between individuals who are not accustomed to talking in that manner. So it's kind of very revealing that we can bridge certain conversations, as well as like with Gecko and whatnot. Otherwise, you have someone who says like, well, no, you're wrong, this is the facts. And I'm like, okay. Well, there's nothing much to discuss if you think that's the facts. Right. Nosotros buscamos
ropa.
Oh.
Quiero buscar trabajo en una tienda.
I heard trash for whatever reason.
Quiero buscar trabajo en una tienda.
I thought they said trash can for a moment. How did this work? What did they want? Precio es la camisa? Tienda. Oh, heckin' tienda. Yeah, you have to have.
Ese chico tiene 16 años.
Yeah, I can see how that would change if we were not familiar with each other. Yeah. Even if we weren't familiar with each other, I would probably take the gamble, right? I would probably take the gamble, and it would turn out very different still. Like, I've ruffled quite a bunch of people's feathers, more or less, oftentimes when they, whenever I give an answer, because largely, what can be very frustrating when hearing my responses is that I don't usually give answers. I give conditions. And then those conditions are supposed to establish some frame of mind in order to present various answers. Right? Like, it's not clear cut. And most of the time, people don't stay for that. It's not important to them. They want yes or no question, yes or no answers. Like, is Duolingo good? No. That's all they want. I'm being a little bit generalizing. I would say 8 out of 10 times. Maybe 70 to 80% of the time. Sharp, concise, hot. Very hot. Very hot. My success rate when it comes to answering a question in which someone stays for the question is almost equivalent to the number of people I speak to on a daily basis in a course of a month. So less than 10%. Less than 10% people ask a question and stayed for the answer. So nowadays, I made a compromise. I provide a quick answer, and then I explain the rest, whether they're there or not. That's a compromise. And then I have to deal with the other end of that compromise, which is my streams are longer and they're irrelevant to the task at hand. So a lot of times people would dislike that, which I'm fine with because it's at no cost. Do you think your chance of retaining that viewer could have been similar chances to would have similar chances to answers? Do you think your chance of retaining that viewer would have similar chances to answers? Yes. because if you stayed for my answer, it allows me sufficient opportunities to leave an impression. I did not build my communication style around hot takes and stuff. There are people who are very good at it, like how to be instantly likable, so to speak, or whatnot. But I did not build my skills around that. I could try, but it would come off as unpracticed or possibly even cheap. Maybe even wearing a mask that I don't typically wear. So it's more like if someone said, I challenge you to convince me to stay for 3 minutes, and it's like, pass. I will still try, but I will know that it is very rare. However, if you're still talking to me if you're still listening to me after 30 minutes, then you're going to be here for another 5 hours. Generally speaking. Because after 30 minutes, it's like, what's another 30 minutes? What's another hour? What's another 2 hours? It's a 3 hours. And then you might be thinking, like, if I'm trying to read people's mind, it's like, nah, we're gonna run out of things to talk about. 1 hour passes, and it's like, yeah, I guess that's the end. I'll ask you another question. I think the people that know me who stayed, and I'm talking about stayed for more than one time, as in they return, but not in the sense that they're returning because they have to. They're returning on their own voluntary things. In most cases, every one of those people, I probably spent at least one time speaking to them 3 or 4 hours straight on the stream. And then still get the stuff done, of course. Still get the language learning or whatever I'm doing completed. Every single day. You give me time, I pay it back. And what I mean by pay it back is it's my pleasure to give back. And then there are times when, friends, like, obviously we can't be like neighbors or something, but that's what that's what I expect to give my friends. If my friends need, like, if I'm near them, I give them all the time of day. They don't have to ask. So it's even more, if I can do that even without being asked, I can most certainly do one better when someone is already giving me their time. It's a shame that their comments and stuff think so cheap of themselves. In my opinion, that's kind of how I feel when I read comments and questions people ask and they throw them out like it's uninteresting. It's like, that's a shame that you ask questions that you're not even interested in asking. Like, how often do you do that? Are you online right now typing a comment as a keyboard warrior and you type like 30 different comments about how much you hate the new Snow White movie on Disney? And what are you going to get from that? I like to think at least one person will give you the time of day to make you feel like your comments aren't a throwaway. I think words has lost a lot of weight for a vast majority of people, and I don't want to give in to that type of internet thing. Like, how can you click on dislike and like as a way of expression? I guess if someone comes in with a set requirement for the streamer to meet, they likely would assume certain things, then coming to a decision before 3 minutes. But people that come in here just to see, they might actually evaluate the stream based on his content. Yes, it's a pre-selection. Yeah, that's a strong way to look at it. Those are some of the earliest pre-selection. I think 5 out of 10 times, I would say half the time, someone's coming in expecting an outcome. And if that outcome doesn't match that outcome, they leave within 5 minutes or within 3 minutes. In fact, it was already determined what the outcome is. I could already predict the outcome once they ask the question and if they're there or not. Most of the time, like over half the time. Then you have the rest of the half, which is divided between someone who's asking a question who's expecting a particular response, and then stay if it matches that particular response after 3 minutes. And then you have individuals who would be, I would say 1 out of 10 times, there'll be a person who is asking a question not expecting what the answer is. And that's usually the people that stay for the 30 minutes, because it takes me a very long time to explain something. And I don't regret it. I actually do it intentionally. So sorry if it feels like it can be very exhausting at times, but I use it as a selection factor. Now I answer 3 different ways, right? I start with something that is the first response to determine if I'm already a low-hanging fruit that they're targeting. I do a second answer, which they'll stay for after 3 minutes. I do a third answer with details that incorporates them, asking them questions so I can incorporate it into my 30-minute explainer. And then the last one is history, because you usually don't have to go beyond 30 minutes. And it's 1 at a time. 1 at a time, every time. One time, every time. It would be cool to see those stats graphed. I don't have a large enough sample size, unfortunately. I occasionally do these things called like makeshift graphs. Like I would make them a bit comical and not drawn to scale, which I practice as a form of storytelling. I used to call these I used to do a bit called and I don't think I'll bring it back because it takes a really long time. But I used to do a bit. It's called graphic stories. Get it? Haha, graphic story. And I would use a graph and I would populate this graph while I'm explaining the story. So what I would do before, like, oh, okay, so let's do a box and whisker. What do you think the distribution is of the retention from delta t, right? From the moment they enter and the fallout. Is viewer amount much different between YouTube and Twitch? No, they're about the same. 1 and 1. It's 1 and 1, so it's pretty ideal at the moment. You know, if we were explaining like the difference between so let's say we have a difference like YouTube and Twitch, right? If I were talking about impressions, right, the viewer amount impressions, well, the thing about impressions, actually they pretty much normalized. Let me think. I can give you stats for that. Hold up. I can actually graph this out, largely because I remember the last couple days. So so like 7 days, right? This is a week. 1 week. 7 days. At the point of this time, Twitch impressions, as in someone dropped in, it counted them, whether they're here or not. I would say 5, 10, 15, 20. And you can see most of this. Oh, the hydrate thing time got refreshed because it's after midnight. Well played, Prokal. Well played. So I'll let you guess what happens, right? There is some variability between Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Right. So most of the time I would say Twitch. So we'll use boxes. It'll be something like something like that. Apparently Wednesdays and Thursdays are like, I want to veg. And then, you know, this is the legend for Twitch. And then YouTube, when it comes to impressions, like these are all categorized. You can actually see them if you want. YouTube is actually consistently already up here. If this was the scale, YouTube's up here. So even without, like, I know how this is what I mean by it's not drawn to proportion. YouTube is consistently higher than Twitch. It didn't take that long. And if you're comparing something like, oh, but what about subscribers and stuff? Well, there are things, right? Twitch has followers, which give notifications and stuff. So the followers are about like 3K, but that's across 6 years plus. And then YouTube is approaching 2 years. Well, it's not really. It's like 1 year and 3 months. 1 year and 3 months. Right? And it is about we're gonna say 870 subs, and for all intents and purposes these are equivalent, as in this is how you get notifications and or showing up in some sort of display. But you can kind of see that it's not even on a similar scale, it's just proportionate by a long shot. Now here's also a big thing, right? I'm a long format person, and it is, for all intents and purposes, Twitch just canceled long format unintentionally. There was something that happened recently that even if I was so desired to use easily accessible things for long format, it doesn't exist on Twitch. Twitch is most intentionally a short format, temporary thing. So you cannot store broadcasts. There's no way of static long-term storage. And then what's even less about that is it's both short term and short exposure. Meanwhile, YouTube is long term and long formatted. So what I mean by that is the chances of me encountering someone who's more likely to stay longer without knowing what's going on is YouTube. The one that you're more likely to be expected to meet some criteria is Twitch. And I wouldn't have it any other way to do both. They both coexist for a reason. In my opinion, if they were competing for the same, like imagine, right? We have our logic. Let's use our logic. If both YouTube and Twitch are specifically farming and targeting the very specific audience, one would start to fade while the other one exists, right? But for the longest time now, they shared mutual growth and actually nearly non-competitive growth. So what I mean by that is, I think a lot of times people underestimate how non-competitive is far more preferable in the tech sector than competitive process. Like as a business operator, like if I were taking up a business operator, I would offer a service that targets an audience that have less competition. So it is not surprising that I could segregate immediately and parse between YouTube and Twitch characteristics that serve my purpose versus not serve my purpose. And I can still do both of them, but it's pretty clear it reflects exactly what I am a lot of times. The platforms are aiming at different things. Now, within that, you know, they try to expand and try to outcompete other things, but their primary core, the core consistent consumers do not necessarily overlap. They are mutually, non-competitive with each other. So when I'm talking about you, Procall, and Gecko, you two are bridged by me, but the two of you are very different, and it really does reflect a little bit of your choice of platforms as well. It's not to say that you can be placed in a box. The idea is, I think it's good for business. And that's how the internet has been done, right? That's where the echo chambers and the algorithms all work really well. You make a non-competitive process and you select for your audience that you're not fighting against someone else's. So like Netflix doesn't fight with Amazon Prime. They make content that don't conflict with each other. They typically make content that support each other directly if they can. So if something is popular on Netflix, they're going to make something that's popular like that, but at a different time. So then they're double dipping on consumers as opposed to trying to compete directly with each other. Like, oh, hey, guys, do you like Stranger Things? Watch our better version of Stranger Things. That's not the advertisement. It's like, hey, you like Stranger Things? We got more. Like, here's another one you can watch. They're usually not trying to compete with each other. It takes so much more resources to directly compete with each other than to rely on your core strategy of being non-competitive and occasionally expanding, right? Expanding to compete. But the core of the strategy is not, in my opinion, to compete directly with something like Nvidia and AMD and Intel, Apple and Google. When they compete, it's less of the resources. They're not contributing to all their resources to the competition. They're carving out their niche in order to form the basis. So it's unsurprising that humans, when they choose a platform like Apple ecosystem versus Android ecosystem, they're not competing with each other. It's a preference. That makes sense, as Twitch is made for watching things live and YouTube is made for videos. Anyone to watch forever, yeah, unless they delete the videos. All the live, so YouTube live is a thing, right? And that kind of sort of directly competes with Twitch, but it's not their core, right? All these experimentals like YouTube Shorts and YouTube Live are still secondary, right, to YouTube's storage thing. So yeah, this is off topic, sorry, but what movies are your go-to to recommend to people? I asked them questions first. Like, for example, we got to narrow it down. What genre are you talking about right now? Like, what are you in for? And I'm not talking about personal feelings, but more frequency. What are the type of movies that you most frequently or recently have watched, as opposed to like digging back into your childhood or something? What is the most recent thing, so I can what about sci-fi films? Her. If we're talking about existential crisis, interface, all the topics that we have talked about, I probably suggest Her. Yes, Her. And let me tell you, the things we talked about, you mentioned ChatGPT, Her. You mentioned language learning, Her. You mentioned the interface between the human condition and AI, Her. And that movie came out well before this. So I probably recommend Her to you. That's based on what we know. It's a lot quicker for me because I already know a lot about you, or at least I think I know sufficient about you. So that would be the first one. Arrival would be the other one. Her or Arrival? Because we've talked about linguistics, AI, and like interaction between the human condition and how communication is important and whatnot, and science fiction. So, and more like thought-provoking existential type of science fiction. Her and Arrival. They're 2 separate years, 2 separate science fictions, and they both got nominated for Picture of the Year. They did not win. However, they are one of the few science fiction films that were nominated. And they are usually unanimously interesting. And they are recent as well, relatively recent. Instead of like Space Odyssey, you know, I forgot the year, but 2001, yeah, 2001 Space Odyssey. That's like going much further back. I would imagine both companies would still like to have more market share. They would, but they wouldn't gamble on competing with each other to have more market share. if they have to, if they can avoid it, usually you avoid direct competition. I don't know if you watched it, but I want to watch a similar movie to Blade Runner 2049 with that kind of dystopian aesthetic. Oh, with the yellow aesthetic? Ooh, that's a tough one, because it's kind of like asking for Mad Max, but with a cyberpunk flair. I guess Dune 1 and 2. It's not quite it, because there's no cyberpunk. Dune is not cyberpunk, but with that brown, like dystopian aesthetic, Dune has the cinematography of that. Her is not that. Her is you watched Dune 1 and 2? Okay. So that's already checked off the list. The whole entire Brazilian series, 3%. Probably. It's kind of brownish too. It kind of has that aesthetic, but the whole entire series, 3%. But you're saying films, so I'm trying to think of a film. That aesthetic is very, very rare. Actually, what series? 3%. It's a Brazilian series. It deals with lots of the aspects of Blade Runner in a dystopian way, but it could capture that aesthetic. It's very brown, it's very morbid, post-apocalyptic about overpopulation and whatnot. And it's not a like huge long series. It's 3 seasons long, I think. 3 or 4 seasons. So it's not one of those that keep on going forever like Supernatural or something like that. Supernatural has ended, but yeah. In terms of films that has that kind of dystopian aesthetic, and you already watched Dune, brown, cyberpunk. That's probably, yeah. I think Blade Runner is very one of a kind outside of Dune. I can't think of something that would capture that. In terms of subject matter, though, Blade Runner 2049, Ex Machina. Have you seen Ex Machina? That aesthetic is not really there, though. Is Cyberpunk a well-rated film? Edge Runner? You mean? Cyberpunk Edge Runner? The anime. Are you talking about Edge Runner, the anime adaptation of Cyberpunk 2077? Wait, was that a movie or a show? Oh no, that was a show. My bad. What cyberpunk are you talking about? Cyberpunk. No, I'm not sure what you may be referring to. There are lots of cyberpunk films, per se, on Netflix. Yeah, not too much cyberpunky. In terms of films, I think they're more shows. So like Alter Carbon. Alter Carbon it got kind of canceled early. It got canceled early, so, but it did have somewhat of a conclusion because it got time. But Alter Carbon would be a Blade Runner, like definitely Blade Runner 2049 going on for Alter Carbon. Altered Carbon. It's a shame it got canceled though. Otherwise, it's a shame also Cowboy Bebop didn't work out for Netflix. Cowboy Bebop would be where like, if there was anything that's like right on the nose, it's probably Cowboy Bebop. Do you know if any of them are on Amazon Prime if you have it? Let me see. If you're talking about the movies I suggested, no. I think they're owned by Paramount. Or Ex Machina. You know, Ex Machina might be something that... No. Yeah, I don't even know where they are. Have you seen Westworld, the series as well? And you, what about the tone? Like, what are you going for the tone of your cyberpunk film? Is it kind of like 2024? Or like, I mean, not, yeah, 2029, 2049? Are you going for that type of also mood and development? Because if you are, it's tough. Blade Runner is unique. However, if you want like something like cyberpunky and maybe not as thought-provoking and brooding and whatnot, there are other films I can think of. Like the OG Minority Report is pretty interesting. Oh, but it's kind of like a cleaner post-apocalyptic thing. I don't know if you've seen Minority Report. That was like way back in the day. Much more further back in the day. There's also action. There's also action-packed ones like Dread. The recent Dread reboot or the remake or whatever you call it. Dread is pretty good. But it's a bunch of shooting. It's a lot of shooting. You know. Ghost in the Shell movies. Ghost in the Shell movies, probably.
Ese chico tiene 16 años.
Ese chico tiene años. Son of a... Oh.
¿Dónde quieres ir de compras?
Ghost in the Shell movies. They are anime. they're anime films, but Ghost in a Shell is that aesthetic, but it's animated. Oh, I mean, you can watch the live action one. I mean, it's okay. The live action one was pretty okay. The 2017 one was that they tried to make a live action version of 1995's Ghost in a Shell anime film. I think it was okay. I thought it was pretty fine. The anime? Yeah, 1995. That's pretty good. 1995, I honestly, it's hard to distinguish between Blade Runner. Yeah. Like Ghost in the Shell is 95, but it is fantastic. If you love that type of thing. I even think that it evokes Blade Runner. The 1982 Blade Runner. Is it 1982? Man, Blade Runner is old as heck. Yeah, the OG 1982. Yeah, and you already watched Dune and you think they're fantastic movies. That's probably it. Now, the ones that I listed, but you don't like a lot of live action adaptations of anime. No, not really. Like, I understand. There's a scene in the live action adaptation that was so eerily so close to the anime that's the scene that's the highlight piece. Like, they did it to a T, and maybe even to their disadvantage. It was so well done. Outside of that, maybe not so much, because they took some creative liberty. However, if it comes to if you wanted to explore more of like the non-cyberpunky things, those are all the things that I listed. Ex Machina is dealing with existentials. Her is existential, and Arrival is existential. That's the more, in my opinion, the more mainstreamer science fiction that makes waves. They all deal with existential existence. So either it's AI or aliens, right? But these three films do it differently. They're not Independence Day or Aliens versus Predator or like MCU's Aliens. There's no pew-pewing involved. It's lots of talk and questioning life and stuff. Do you think there's a limit to how detailed an anime can be after which it's not an anime? What do you mean? Oh, you mean like hyper-realism? Or do you mean detail? In anime, animation have no limits in detail. I don't think it will ever reach a point of crescendo when it comes to, because it can violate limits. But do you mean like hyper-realism, when anime becomes so hyper-realistic it no longer is animated, or it doesn't appear animated? I think there's one, but I don't know where it is. Yeah, I don't know where it is. Watch the backgrounds of Shenkai's films. The Your Name guy. Look at the backgrounds of Shinkai. Since the characters are still animated in their very characteristic way, that's certainly true. But his backgrounds, his environments and stuff, it's incredibly detailed. Nearly like replicatively detailed, and yet it's brimming with life that doesn't exist in IRL. So I would say that would be a great argument that no, I don't necessarily think there's a detail, but I think the wonderful thing about anime is it violates that critical mass. Animators can choose to detail the world in ways that violate realism. They can communicate things that our eyes may see, but the world may not be there. Kind of like how we were talking about, do you think people are more attractive if you find their personality more attractive. Well, animation captures that. Taking photography and recording may not necessarily capture that if it was focusing on hyperrealism. Right? You take a picture, what do you see? Well, the picture will always see what it sees, but what do you see in the picture? And that's probably why I still love animation for it. So I like when I'm seeing animation, they're leveraging that. When you're recording, I also love that, but very few people do that now. Wes Anderson is a great director, in my opinion, that still violates that with hyperrealism. Like, what I mean by that is, it's live action. But if you watch a Wes Anderson film, you will know you're watching a Wes Anderson film. Because he does staging still. If you watch like an Alfred Hitchcock film way back in the day, most of his scenes are staged. They're real things, real people, but the set pieces are staged. So it creates literal freedoms. It can show some people. It can show some people's wishes or wants that are impossible and get their enjoyment because of it. I like that. I like that sentiment. Yeah. Or it can capture what someone actually sees and not what is actually there. Like, for example, when I look at my friends, I don't only see literally what they are. I see other things. It captures the imagination. I know that sounds so cliche, but when I see a tree and you ask me to draw the tree, I'm not going to hyper realistically reproduce the tree. I might actually deliberately draw what I see in the tree. I could have the tree right next to me and it will end up looking different because I embrace the idea that I see the tree differently. Now, there are beautiful, super skilled people who basically do hyper realistic art, and that is in a different realm. They're expressing something else. For me, when I see a tree and I look at a tree and you ask me to paint a tree, it's not going to look exactly like the tree. Like, if you take a picture of the tree and you give me that picture and I'm going to draw it, even if that picture is showing some sort of tree, it's not going to be the same. If I had the ability to reproduce what's on that photo, I still would probably have not chosen to represent the tree that way because that's not how it captures my feelings. So the thing about anime movies is that Miyazaki, for example, Hayao Miyazaki, the way he makes characters move is not hyper realistic. It captures the spirit of that movement, and there is organic nature. Like, he knows a lot about motion, but it's more than that, right? How does one feel when they fly? Well, you could take a picture of a person in a plane and that's it, right? You can do that. Or you draw a person who's like upside down on the plane. Why? Because this person's probably nervous. They might as well be upside down in a plane. Like, how do you feel when you're in a plane? Well, I feel like, and I would draw myself with like 100 cups of coffee jittering, because that's actually how I feel. That's the depiction of what it's like to be in a plane for me. So animation captures that when you can't explicitly capture it in hyperrealism. There are still very clever ways to elevate live action too, and that's in the performance and in the staging. So there is arguments to photography trying to manipulate light, staging, and whatnot to capture the essence of a person, like the true photography, right? And then you have live action that's staged. And that's kind of what I think about when it comes to animation. Like when someone is happy, their eyes practically glow, but they're not literally glowing. Or when someone smiles, it's not just the smile, it's even more than that. I see more than a smile. I see the sun. I see flowers. I see rays. I feel warmth. So how do I represent that in a picture? Do I watch sub or dub? Both. Most of the time it's both. I really like it. Hayao Miyazaki films I've watched in both because they're Disney dubbed most of the time, so they're exceptional. So if you're watching like the example that I would use, Hayao Miyazaki films, Ghibli films, they tend to be immaculate in both ways, and it gives you a different feeling. And now it's even more different because not only do I read the subs, I kind of know what they're saying in Japanese. So you watch subs all the way through and then again, but dubbed. I switch it up from time to time. Sometimes I watch it in dub first and then watch it in subs. Vice versa. No particular preference. There is a condition though. If I'm really busy, I would watch it in dub because I can probably juggle more than one thing. And then sometimes I watch it in sub, but nowadays it's irrelevant because a lot of times I just watch it by listening to it. And then some days I want to do an art study, so I watch it for the art and might not be paying attention to the language. I try to, if I have to watch something more than once, I try to watch it differently each time. It's not about having the same experience, different experience. So watching it a second time, I would not only focus on dub, sub, language and stuff, I would be also focusing on different things, like different scenes. I would bring different things to the viewing. So oftentimes when people say, oh, but I already watched this, it's pretty much the same the second time around, I don't agree with most people. My second time around is different from my first and the third and the fourth and the fifth. And whenever someone asks me, oh, I kind of want to watch an anime that you haven't watched, it's like, let's watch it together. It's different. I'm watching it with you. That changes the experience. It means something different. Now I'm watching it for a different reason. And that makes all the difference, in my opinion. So most of the time, it's kind of irrelevant in the sense if it's dubbed or subbed. Have I watched the original Dragon Ball? I have. 3 times. 3 times. Why 3 times? I watched the original Dragon Ball when I was a wee young lad. And then I watched it when I was older, in which after I watched Dragon Ball, I watched Z, GT, Super, and then I have yet to wait on the Daima. And then the movies. They're kind of side story. I did watch Heroes though. Not sure if I'm going to or not. Dragon Ball Super Heroes or Warriors or something. What was it you talked about before as something you could watch with viewers? What was it you talked about before as something you could watch with viewers? I don't know. I've been looking for something that could watch with viewers. Maybe like... I have no idea. Was there something? There was a lot of times when people wanted me to react to things, but that's very sticky too. Oh, it might be when we're talking about in private. like I watch in a private session with other people. And they're no longer viewers then. They're more like acquaintances and our friends. So there was a time we actually did that. We as in I had more than I interacted with other streamers back then. Yeah. Crazy, huh? There's so many things about streaming that I haven't covered. I remember you suggested a few streams back, but I can't remember the name. Yeah, I don't remember. There are very few things we can watch that won't get my face pounded in by copyright later on, so I don't want to cross that bridge. I would love to one day make something. Like draw a storyboard or write a story and I would share it. So then it's something I came up with and then anyone can just rip it and stuff. You said it would be interesting to see our and your reaction and thoughts on it. Yeah, I'm not sure what it was. It could have been like anything at this point. It could have been anything at this point. Oh, I might have, yes, but on our own terms. But I don't remember which one it is. But I know what you're talking about. However, it's a show. It is something we can watch, but not together. As in, we can watch it together, as in, we can watch it and reconvene and talk about it. Not, like, simultaneously together, like on stream or something, which will give me, you know, it will create a lot of legalities. But maybe we'll think about it in the future. I usually talk about these things in Discord. Like, Fictitious occasionally, like, hey, I'm watching this. Check it out if you want. And I'm like, yep, I'll check it out. That's it. Like, so most of the time, whenever someone recommends something or suggests something that I trust over time, I just like watch it. Because in my opinion, it's so much more fascinating to have someone suggest something. I think it's gotten very boring alone, honestly. Just thinking about the things that I would like to watch. I think there is a feature on Twitch that lets viewers watch a film or stream with it. Yes, if they are all Prime subscribers. If you're all Prime subscribers, as in like you have all Prime, they're called watch parties. And basically Amazon Prime Video can be synced to a stream, but every single person in your lobby has to be an Amazon Prime member. Yeah, they started that maybe like 3 years ago to collaborate with Twitch, which is owned by Amazon, since those years, and you can have a watch party. So we could technically do that. It will only work on Twitch. And it has to be filtered through Twitch. So that means anyone who's on YouTube is not included, obviously. And everyone would have to move to Twitch. So it used to be a thing that's pretty cool. And then you find out that, well, everyone has to have a Prime subscription. No, you can only do it with a Prime Video. Because it filters everyone else out who doesn't have Prime subscription. For Netflix, you can do it in the privacy of your own, like, Discord or something, where all of you can time it together. There are plugins and stuff to sync all of the things, right? So like you can be watching the same thing at the same time, but not the same screen, right? Like I'm not broadcasting the video. So like even on Watch Party, I'm not necessarily broadcasting the video. It's not to the public. So it's not a live stream situation, sort of. And Netflix is the same. Like watch parties and you can sync them together. Yeah. And it would be like watching together. I don't mind that idea. Me and my friends do actually watch anime that way, whenever the time permits, right? And of course, without a doubt, you gotta be ready, because there are pauses. There are frequent pauses. We talk a lot. Like, I use watching as a social opportunity, so it might not be for everyone. Like, oftentimes people prefer to just watch the thing, right? Yeah, I totally agree. To be fair, I think any way to watch a film with viewer will cut off some viewers. Will put off some viewers if they don't have the sub. Will cut off. Yeah. Probably. Yep, for that entertainment side. We can do like there are things that I thought about, but that's only if people have the same accessibility, right? And the same time, and like, is there any movies that are available to watch for free? No. There is no existing movie that can be like streamed or digitally shown that is old enough to be public domain. Books, maybe, not movies. Movies aren't digital movies aren't that old yet to be public domain, at least in my opinion. Cursorily. You usually watch anime on WCO? Okay. But yeah, in terms of the problem with streaming is that I am on a commercial platform. So it would be less hairy if I wasn't on a commercial platform. As in, I'm not profiteering or being accused, or like, know that no matter what, there's potential for profiteering. So that's, I think that's why even free movies, like for example, you have people who release things for free, right? This music, for example. It's due the generosity of creative music. So those people are fantastic. And yet at the same time, it's a case by case. So when you're talking about movies, then it has to involve every single person that contributed to that movie. So then you have the representative of that, right? And you're saying, okay, well, if they release the thing of that movie, what are the restrictions? Which is basically whenever you say, in my opinion, this is a little bit cynical. Say you built your foundation on this. That doesn't mean that you can't be retroactively pursued for using someone else's intellectual property. And that's kind of what I'm trying to avoid. In fact, here's a little funny little tiny story. There was a kid, I think Fictitious was here for it. Someone came into my stream and accused me of copywriting someone else who is a much more proliferative streamer for drawing my own red panda emotes. Like, the dude actually, the kid actually sat there long enough for me to show them how I drew the red panda emotes. Did that other streamer have a red panda emote? No, he used a rig, and he had emotes of his rig, and that rig was a stock rig from face rig. So lots of people have that, but let's be clear though, lots of people actually draw red panda emotes themselves, and they can functionally end up being very similar because there's foundational artwork. There's lots of that, but that person came out to the idea that there's no chance that people would draw red panda emotes because they like red pandas. How does a rig relate to a panda? One of the face rig main panda main characters, like the face rig, like a VR rig, you know. Like nowadays it's more about VTubers, but VTubers also use facial rigs, and one of the stock models is a red panda. So yeah, and you're not saying you should if you would, but what would the biggest risk if you did or could lead to a strike or a ban on your account? When you are struck 3 times, you lose your account forever. No appeals, no nothing. And maybe 3 times. You lose everything. Everything's gone. Like it's gone. Just gone. You never have access to it ever again. You can start up again and start a new one, sure. But think about what I'm losing. It's not the same as someone who like curates and creates and like edits their things and whatnot. I don't do that. I only have raw footage. So that is literally my life. Would watching a film always result in a strike? It wouldn't always immediately result in a strike. It can result in a strike at any time, at the whim of the film that you've used. So at any time, at any day, even if you're small time and you suddenly become big time, they can pursue you at any time. There's like, I don't even think they have a hard like cutoff on statute of limitations. I'm not even sure if there's a statute of limitations on pursuing you for copyright strikes. It's not regulated. So for me, like I said, I take responsibility. I really do genuinely take responsibility for everything I do. I don't care if I'm not important. I have integrity. And my integrity is what keeps me from doing this. So, but hear me out. I would not rule out that one day we might watch a film. But that is only if I create a working relationship with someone else who happens to make animated films, and I and them have agreed unconditionally to dedicate it and contribute it to public domain. And there are many creators nowadays who first do their startups and their like ubiquitousness, like to become available, to spread their influence a little bit for foundational support by contributing their work to public domain first. And that's what appeals to me. So one day, if I ever write a book, right, it'll be on a PDF. Just download it, read it if you want. It's not going to be published or anything like that. I just give it out. And if you think, oh, you wouldn't do that, you would probably sell it for some upcharge and stuff. Like, that's not what the science was. What do you think my thesis was? My thesis was really expensive, but I ain't profiteering off that. That goes straight to public domain. I think most of my life's work is public domain. And this is no different. I haven't changed the course of my life's legacy. Like, most of my stuff is public domain. Like, I mean, like, if someone comes to me and say, oh, hey, can I like remix you and make you, you know, make something and profit out? Go for it. Go for it. If I could formally declare that most of the stuff that I say now in this day is public domain, go for it. It's a contribution. And not, and some people would argue, you know, well, you'll be sorry in the future because in the future you won't be able to make money, and you don't make money off of this stuff anyway, so you wouldn't know what you're losing yet. It's like, oh, but I do. I absolutely do. It's not like I decided all of a sudden not to make money. It's very different. It was coming from a prospect of where your first source of income and your success was predicated on content creation first. My success was not, in my opinion, my success was not predicated on content creation first. If I wanted to make money, I would still continue to freely create content, but I would get a job, not a job that's related to content creation, like writing a book. But even then, I would probably just give the book for free if I don't need money. Like, I don't need to siphon money if I already live very comfortably. I think an Amazon Prime Video would be the best bet, as a lot of people have Prime. Yeah, it would be. Or we could all watch it in our own way and then form a book club or a movie club. My friend, I would like to consider him still my friend. There was a time, oh, I forgot to finish that story. There was a time when we watched movies or books, or usually movies and shows together, like between different groups, and then we would make commentary on it and resume, like a kind of like a book club thing. But that's for podcasts and whatnot. And there was a lot of ideas for like podcasts and book clubs and whatnot. So like, hey guys, we're gonna watch this by the end of next week. You know, it's kind of like a school thing, right? And it becomes homework, and then, or you can just jump in. And I actually did it among friends, family friends, extended friends. We tried a lot of these, but generally speaking, it gets to a point where people fall out because they no longer want to keep consistent, and that way is very approachable. But here, what we're doing now is pretty approachable. People recommend things to me. They eventually have the interest in asking me, hey, what are you watching now? What would you suggest? Like you did. And I would suggest something, and then it goes back and forth, and I would just continue doing that because honestly, one day we might be able to watch something together, but at the same time, it is really fascinating when two people watch it independently and share their remarks as well, right? At some point though, something new will come out, right? And everyone will probably watch it at the same time or in a similar time, and that'd be cool. I think the fact that you don't care that a lot of your daily life is out in public is a good indicator that you are honest and open, which comes off as trustworthy, you believe. That's fair. You know, I think it's a coincidence for me. It's a coincidence because the things that I find hard to share are the things that people find easy to share a lot of times. Like, for example, I don't brag about my accomplishments because they're hard to share. Sometimes they can be tough. Sometimes I feel like the credit is not mine to ascribe to. Or things like how when I have terrible sleeping, sometimes I have breathing issues. Like, you don't want to hear about that, but hey, I don't mind sharing those things. But then when it comes to like, oh yeah, I just totally high five myself for learning 1000 kanji. It's like that stuff I actually don't say too much about. I don't openly say things praiseworthy. All the harder stuff, in my opinion, like people think these things are harder. That's what makes it feel like most of the stuff is out in public, in my opinion, personally. So I don't want to like contradict you, but the daily life that a lot of people find are very personal is very hard to talk about. That's actually the part that I'm most comfortable in talking about. Like, for example, making hard decisions, financial risks, recovering from health issues, overcoming adversity. That stuff is definitely far more part of people's daily lives that they keep out of the public. And I don't. I actually keep most of what I do well out of the public. So like when I'm streaming, I'm not trying to flex on things that I do well. Like I'm not here to show you, hey, guess what I can do? Here's a spreadsheet of all the things that I can do. Oh, hey, also, if you don't think I have any anime credentials, here is an essay of the top 300 anime on this list, like my commentary on all these. Like I'm not there to share that. I think it's much more interesting to share it while you're talking to someone. So like revealing, in my opinion, revealing, for example, that I have a PhD. You might be thinking, well, Maku, there's PhD in your name. Like, well, you'd be surprised how many people don't even know what that means. Actually, the vast majority of people don't even know what that means. As in, like, is it flair? Is it like it stands for something? Like, what does it stand for? Like, we're not talking about like degrees. The first thing that they think about is not a degree. And I don't ever go around saying it. And I'll tell you why I put PhD at the end. It's because it makes Maku unique so that I can actually enter the name without like an underscore or an asterisk or some X's or some numbers. So I found that that combination of things turned out to be ubiquitous. So I can use that username everywhere else. Ghost in the Shell? Yeah, Ghost in the Shell. 1995. I would love to hear what you think about that. Right now, Sub-Zero is watching Steins Gate, and I can't wait to hear what he thinks about Steins Gate. And then Gecko, not related to anime, but he bought Shashinko, and he downloaded the demo for Wagotabi, which I was going to play the content update of Wagotabi today. I can't wait to see what he thinks about that. This is the stuff that I live for. I love hearing people doing things and also telling me about them. There's not enough of that these days. Like, if you're alone, you're like chilling around and you keep to yourself, that's great. And you're perfectly happy, that's fine. That's totally fine. But totally be a little bit more greedy about it. Invite someone in. Obviously, there are going to be 90% of the time people are not going to care enough like you do. But hear me out. There are rarely ever anyone that's going to be able to care about something you care about more than you. However, when you start doing that, the stuff that people care about, you kind of learn to appreciate it because that is the social norm. It's like normalizing how that's done. So how do you continue to bring people into your world? And that's when creativity, in my opinion, generosity breeds generosity. I'm quoting John Green here. You might have been quoting someone else, but I'm quoting John Green here. When open generosity is reciprocated with open generosity, magic happens. And it's not through the calculated success that this becomes a thing is through the sheer will of believing that one day generosity can be reciprocated. You don't have any service that has Ghost in the Shell in it? Oh, man. You have DMs, right? Let me see something. I'm gonna check. I don't know if services are region locked or not. Pro call. But like message DMs, yeah. Let me know if that comes up. And then you can use it to your ways. But mileage may vary, bandwidth may vary, but perhaps that can work out. Yeah.
¿Dónde quieres ir de compras?
¿Dónde quiere horas? Wait.
¿Dónde quieres ir de compras?
Oh, ir de compras. Alright, we're gonna... Oh, I missed the yes.
Es muy barato.
Okay, and you can use it for other things too, protocol. And also it deals with bandwidth and whatnot. So fill it out, and then yeah. In case you want to explore your anime side again. We're from different regions, so there was gonna be a chance it might be like region locked or something. Yeah. Whoops. What did I say?
La tienda cierra a las 9 hoy.
Buscas.
And also, if you're willing to explore like anime and all that stuff, let me know if something sparks your interest. I would love to share.
El jardín.
Which one is this? I would love to like catch up every once in a while. Yeah.
Vikram visita a su abuela enferma en el hospital.
Hola, abuela. ¿Cómo te sientes hoy?
You watch a fair few animes? That's kind of funny when you said fair few animes. That's an interesting way to that's an interesting combination of things. You currently watching Solo Leveling Season 2? I will be watching Solo Level. I think we already talked about this, right? It's close to its conclusion, so I'll be catching up on Solo Leveling, and we can totally be talking and sharing a little bit about Solo Leveling for sure. Oh, and also, oh no, we haven't talked about it because Sub-Zero was the one that talked about it yesterday or the day before, because he is currently watching Solo Leveling Season 2. I thought just saying a few might be an underestimate. It's kind of funny though. A fair few animes. I think I like that. That should be a catchphrase or something. It's a very particular saying. I'm not obviously laughing at you. I think it's very endearing when people develop their own like particular quirks. I like to notice quirks. It could be a little embarrassing. I totally understand, but believe me, these details, in my opinion, makes it so that you are differentiable to other people. I prefer that people have idiosyncrasies as opposed to, oh yeah, I'm exactly like this person or next to this person. This sounds a little bit more Americana, but yeah, it can be embarrassing though. It can be embarrassing, but I want to say that it's largely endearing to me. Even hardships are endearing to me. Like the more you do, the more it's compiled, the less the more and more irreplaceable you are in someone's footprint. So, to me, open opportunities. Like when you share a detail about yourself and then you add one more detail, you're already more exponentially more unique to me than any other person who has talked to me. And then 3, 4, 5. And that's kind of how I view the potential for human interaction. The first one is the cheapest. Like we were talking about investing in people and reacting to every comment. The first one is the cheapest. So of course, easy. Actually Turtle was talking about financial advice, right? And he was literally talking financial, but when it comes to happy dollars that I have, it costs substantially less to try many times first and then double down on the ones that work versus only picking the one you double down and expecting it to work. Diversification, right? And even then, it's kind of like a advertisement, right? You could bank everything on one thing, or you can try to spread out your advertisement budget over across more networks. You could spend 50% of your advertisement budget on one network as opposed to separating it across all networks, right? That is kind of not the greatest analogy, but the idea is first impressions, cheapest, not unimportant. It's very different from being unimportant. There's a logical fallacy here, right? When you invest in someone and then you invest again, it can't be less than the first investment. Like what I mean is it's the first plus the second investment. So of course, no problems. I genuinely know that the amount of myself that I invested in my best friends will not be eclipsed by any amount that I can do by trusting or trying to make a new friend. But sure as heck, it is totally worth it the second, third time, and fourth time. That's how you build friends. Compounded interest, if I would say so. Compounded interest. And if you do not diversify enough, sometimes losing one of them can hurt a lot. But that's when you redistribute your funds back to your existing friends. Right. You can do it. You can do it. I usually don't laugh at people before I laugh at myself, but generally speaking, it can be very hard to expect that these days on the internet when laughing is notorious for being taken personally. I think if there's anyone that can take a laugh, it's probably me. So I prefer to assure people that I'm not laughing at them. I'm laughing because I find it very endearing. You know? It also helps you, at least in my opinion. I think laughter is if I had to choose a response, I think laughter is probably at the top, near the top, than many of the other things that I do. One thing that people like to do, I do like that the way of thinking about things with happy dollars, yeah. By the way, I say happy dollars a lot, or I say certain phrases a lot, because if you form a friend dialect between people immediately and you reinforce it, regardless of how cringy it sounds at first, it is a social bond using language, using written language most of the time only. I rely on this quite a lot, especially when obviously we're not speaking mutually, right? So when I'm texting people, that is my idiosyncrasy to do. Like, I use keywords, and those keywords are bonds formed only between the people. So happy dollars is one of many. Like, I use pep. Most of the words like pep and pen are the words I would use with another collective, and those are things that I tend to rely on because language is very powerful, especially when you start forming your own internal language, and it can be wildly uncapped creativity. So lately, happy dollars is my go-to at the moment. There are others. A big butt. Yeah, butt. The big butt. That's definitely one. Big butt with 3 T's. I say butt a lot, and when I say this is a big butt, with 3 T's, we gotta hold on. Hold on to your horses. It's gonna be a long discussion. What does it stand for? Butt. It's not but. Like, what I mean is, no, this isn't, oh, I like this movie, but I prefer this. It's, I like this movie, but grab a cup of coffee, stay for 5 hours. Oh man, you thought it was acronym? No, it's not an acronym. It's like a big butt, right? This is the small butt, and this is a butt. This is an actual butt, but this butt is bigger than the small butt and the actual butt. So the big butt, that used to be a thing. I don't usually use that too much now. Not for now. But yeah, I often find myself like, oh yeah, guys, hold up. There's a butt coming. It's a big one. Big butt with 3 T's. What was another one? There were many that came and go. But happy dollars. I like it. We're doing happy dollars. If you're curious, here's a little history behind why I use that. There was a time when streamers, at least in my opinion, when streamers had this very, some people call it really cringe, but it still happens now, where they use like stream lex, like dialects within streams. So I wanted something that isn't overlapping with other people. So like right now, bro and bruh and that type of thing is a thing, but I want to conceptualize this a lot more, right? So there was a time when I'm trying to think of a good example. I'm sure you can probably think of a couple examples. Oh, like what did, like the fist pumping, like a motion, like a fist pump or something like that. That is great. Works really well, and I go through the ropes too. So, however, I don't think it's a new thing. Friends develop languages between each other. I actually think that's one of the green flags between friends. So if your friends and you aren't already have accumulated a couple key words between each other, try it. It can be it can be like a building process. You're practically building a pseudo language between you and your friends. It makes things almost like childish again, right? You know, the stereotype of children making imaginary languages to talk to each other, right, in code or something. But this is more, in my opinion, a slightly more refined situation. You can attach all your experiences to the meaning. So streamers, younger streamers, maybe 10 years back or so, those that climbed really well, they unintentionally or intuitively end up doing this. So the ones that have their phrases and whatnot, but they assimilate it into their monetization and their like brand, if you will. And I didn't quite go that far, but generally speaking, maybe I will sell some happy dollars. And by selling, I mean I'll just probably send out happy dollars. I don't know how I'm gonna do that one day, but that would be kind of cool. It sounds cheesy right now, but I think the world can use people thinking, I have 5 minutes. It's time to write a good letter and send it out to a stranger. Wouldn't it be neat? And like, when I mean by stranger, I mean someone who has a publicly accessible channel. So like, the future of the internet is that there's some sort of public reference for most of your stuff, right? So you go to a channel. I thought about doing this actually literally on stream as a bit, where like, hey guys, all right, it's that time again. I need to end the stream. But before we end the stream, I often like to end with a positive note. So much like the streamers before me who did raid parties and whatnot, I feel like that can be a little distracting. So my version of this is we're gonna go on either Twitch or YouTube. We're gonna spin a bottle. It's gonna land on Twitch or YouTube. We're gonna go to a channel, and instead of doing like a raid or a shout out or something, I want to peruse their channel and like their content and then write something about that, like complimenting them or something. And then that'll be it. We would end every segment by rolling over one. So every day we roll the bottle, we pick someone, and then the next day I would have composed something in the evening in order to share some fun feelings or something that involves taking something that they posted that they were willing to share publicly, and then obviously it doesn't matter if they respond or not. The idea is I'm practicing the act of doing it. So I would have then a collage and a legacy of different ways I can spin compliments of different content, so that I would build up a whole skill set or content set of I'm basically a Hallmark card writer. Because gosh darn it, I don't know if you have Hallmark cards in the UK. I'm sure you do, right? Like, the idea of Hallmark cards, bring it back, only for the digital age, but in a different manner. I love the idea of sending a I hope all is well card to people, but now it's even better or even more accessible because you can find people who are willing to share things, and that's all. That's it's there. You no longer have to guess what they're interested in. You can glean what they're interested in. And that's really cool. I already do this, by the way. Like, I already looked at your name profile and what's on Twitch. Like, I already did that, but I don't usually disclose these things, right? Like, it's up to you to find out if I did or not. It's one of those things where I love having Pocket. I save things for pocket things. I don't want to reveal all my cards. That's another thing that I don't share publicly too often. How much how many research and writing that I have done about people and know about people. I like to like break it out whenever it's possible, or whenever the opportunity offers itself. So I wouldn't tell you like, oh, I checked out your video yesterday, until you bring it up. Or like for example, if I know someone and they're like, oh, they really like the series, and I'm like, okay, and they really want me to watch it, I'm like, okay, I'll still watch it, right? But I'll only share it. I'll keep it here and I'll only share it when they're ready. So when it comes up, it's like, yeah, I'm ready and let's talk about it. So I like doing that because sometimes timing is very, very important. So what does that sound like though? That sounds like, well, isn't that like cumbersome? What happens if you forget and whatnot? It's like, well, I forgot, so it's clearly not important, right? So what do? You apologize. Like, sorry, I guess it wasn't as important to me. But if I did remember, then it's clearly important. So, and if you're thinking, oh man, that must sound really exhausting. What if someone mentions something to you and they never mention it again? It's like, well, that means it's not really important to them. I got an experience out of it, but at the same time, it's worth it. Who knows? One day, someone's gonna ask me about something. It's like, oh yeah, we talked about it like a year ago, and I also did it. Like, I just was curious when we were gonna have the opportunity to talk about this again. Yep. I have a deal. I have two 2-year deals, 3 4-year deals, and one like 2026 deal with language learning to people. And I'm kind of curious if they'll remember it. Like they'll come back in 2 years or 3 years. Next year we have one for Chinese, but I'm often very curious if it's going to happen because these things don't happen overnight. It's shocking, in my opinion, a little shocking, not unexpected, but okay, disheartening how cheap. I'm gonna say cheap. No, that's too negative. How short term it investing in people, like the amount that you think is required to make a friend and the amount of effort. It gets in my opinion, I would argue it gets easier when you're actually doing it. So what seemed very, very hard to do, right? Much like learning a language, once you do it a couple of times, it's not so hard. You get better. Then you try harder and you keep trying harder. And at some point, you get to a perspective, at least in my opinion, something similar to me, where yeah, it's really cheap to keep trying and trying again and investing 2 hours on every single video comment. It's pales in comparison to straining and working through difficulties and arguing with your friends and watching them cry and succeed and celebrating. It's a drop in the bucket. Like, friends I have are quite literally friends for life. So I usually have I'm very grateful and very privileged that I can find people who reciprocate that. So when it comes to perspective, spending a time to write a 3-paragraph response to someone's 3-minute comment is relatively very, very minimal effort now for me personally. But if you're asking yourself, man, that sounds like a lot of waste of time, a massive waste of time, then I start to wonder, what do you consider as caring about people. Like this whole session was about caring about people, regardless if they know it or not. It's something I can do every day. I can see myself doing this every day. I wish I could like pump out books and I just want to read those books to other people. If reading books to other people can make them want to live their lives and invest and take chances on people, gosh darn it, I would do it. But I'm not that. I don't have those skills. I do know people who have those skills, and boy howdy, it's a point of envy, but an endearing envy, not like a jealousy kind of thing. But it's great when people can produce things and touch millions of people, whether they intended or not. Where are we? Oh yeah, we're at the story. Oh, and yeah. Now we're doubling down. We're gonna double down now. Blah. Wait. This is El Jardín. Oh, this is a cute story. Very cute story.
Esta habitación es muy triste. No tiene color. Hoy es un bonito día. Quiero salir y disfrutar el sol.
So basically, Vikram is visiting his grandmother. Vikram asks, "How do you feel today?" Like, well, I feel kind of tired. Right? Actually, she didn't say tired yet. It's not here. But she says, this room is very sad. It has no color. So today is a good day. Right? Today is a good day, and I want to leave and enjoy the sun. You're gonna get some sleep? Yeah, I hope all goes well. It's been good talking to you, Prokop. I look forward to our next encounter. Bring back a story or two. You know, something exciting. And also what you think about the film if you go to watch it. No pressure, of course. And then anything else that's interesting. Obviously, no obligation. And also take care of your week. Right, it's midweek. Yeah. Good luck. And good luck on your group project as well. Thanks again.
Pero no me siento muy bien ahora.
Lo siento, abuelo.
Me encanta trabajar en el jardín de mi casa.
Ah, tengo una idea. Un momento.
20 minutos después.
You got it, Proko. You got it.
Vikram entra en la habitación con 2 grandes plantas.
Estas son de tu casa. Y también tengo unas flores de tu jardín.
Mis plantas y mis flores.
Ahora tienes tu jardín aquí.
¡Qué bonito, mi amor! Muchas gracias, Vikram.
Such a cute story. Aquí. Día bonito. Bonito. Flores. 20. Oh, that's where the 20 comes. Alright, let's do this.
El jardín. Vikram visita a su abuela enferma en el hospital.
Hola, abuela. ¿Cómo te sientes hoy?
Esta habitación es muy triste. No
tiene color.
Hoy es
un bonito día. Quiero salir y disfrutar el sol.
Pero no me siento muy bien ahora.
Lo siento, abuela.
Me encanta trabajar en el jardín de mi casa.
Ah, tengo una idea. Un momento.
20 minutos después. Vikram entra en la habitación con 2 grandes plantas.
Estas son de tu casa.
Y también tengo unas flores de tu jardín.
Mis plantas y mis flores.
Ahora tienes tu jardín aquí.
¡Qué bonito, mi amor! Muchas gracias, Vikram.
Yep. Cute as a button. Jardín. Después. Flores. Disfrutar. Bonito. Stories are so nice. Okay. Me siento muy feliz contigo, Ana.
¿Tú también?
¿Tú también te sientes feliz? ¿Tú? Ups.
Cansada.
Ups. Me siento cansada hoy. Yeah. Okay. ¿Te sientes feliz?
Feliz.
La mujer no se siente bien.
¿Por qué Juan se siente triste hoy? ¿Por qué?
¿Por qué Juan se siente triste hoy? No. ¿Emocionado?
¿Por qué Juan se siente triste hoy?
Triste.
El señor Gómez se siente mal.
Sara, ¿por qué te sientes triste? Sara, ¿por qué te triste
Ups.
sientes?
Necesita.
Me siento mal. Y necesito un hospital. Okay.
¿Cómo?
¿Cómo se siente tu hermano? Oh, it's one of these. Mamá, soy Luis. Nuestra casa nueva es moderna. Está cerca de la playa y es muy cómoda. Estamos muy felices aquí. ¿Cómo se siente Luis? ¿Está feliz? Dúo nunca me siento cansado. Oh, whoops, se siente. What am I doing? A veces me siento un poco cansado en la mañana. Ups. Siempre se siente feliz. Nunca se siente cansado. Next one.
Ellas son mujeres.
Yo necesito
unas vacaciones ahora.
Miguel y yo siempre estudiamos en la biblioteca.
Nosotras
somos Carla y Ana. Okay. Trabajo con unos hombres de Argentina.
José habla con unos estudiantes de unos.
Yo estudio las ciudades de México.
Cuatro o 5 ciudades.
Ustedes. Ustedes. ¿De dónde? ¿De dónde? ¿En México? No. Oh. ¿Dónde son? ¿Eh? Oh, son de México. Señor López. Trabaja mucho. ¿Señor? Ok. Trabaja mucho y necesita vacaciones. Oh, I forgot él. True. And unas vacaciones. Oh, yeah, that's fair too. Because it's plural, I was omitting the article.
¿Dónde estudian Juan y María?
No somos los jefes en la oficina. Esta oficina. Oh, whoops, I missed the S in Somos. Typing.
Miguel y Rebeca estudian nunca.
Ellos a veces estudian en la mañana. Ellos.
What?
Ellos a veces estudian en la mañana. A veces estudian en la mañana.
Okay. No somos los jefes en esta oficina.
Sonia quiere correr en la mañana.
Ellos
estudian las ciudades de Europa.
¿Dónde?
Where do you want? ¿Dónde quieres correr hoy?
Hoy. Miguel
y Pedro, ¿ustedes son jugadores de béisbol?
Yo estudio. La escuela.
La escuela quiere comprar unas computadoras.
El señor Pérez escribe unas cartas. Escribe unas cartas.
Señor Rivera, ¿usted quiere unas vacaciones?
José habla con unos estudiantes de Cuba.
Ella
quiere este café porque tiene leche.
Pedro y yo no somos los jefes aquí.
Me gusta esta ensalada porque tiene manzanas. Wait. How did I screw this up? Oh no, I didn't screw that up. What? Ellos están hablando con unos amigos. Okay. Almost there. Definitely hitting the midnight oil today. No quiero, necesito. Oh no, no necesito unas vacaciones. No. Vacaciones.
La ropa de dúo siempre es elegante.
Dang.
¿Quién?
¿Quién?
Es chica.
José. Oh, la novia de José. José tiene dos perros bonitos.
Me encanta Duolingo.
Not sponsored. Me encanta Duolingo. El hombre. Los hombres Juan y Alberto. Oh, that's all they wanted.
Papá,
Okay.
me gusta mucho dibujar.
Me gustó mucho dibujar. Mi madre. Oh. La ropa de mi madre. Do they want plural? No. Let's do singular. Es muy bonita.
Las mujeres hablan en la biblioteca.
Oh, it could be. Don't una me. Okay. All right. I really am terrible at listening for articles. Holy heck.
Yo no quiero azúcar en mi té. Gracias.
Something doesn't look right on there. Ah, that looks better. Son of a... Oh, that's a skirt, not a shirt. Oh my... Oh man. I feel like I'm having trouble like seeing H and K's. Oh no. I definitely feel the fatigue.
Somos Ana
Yo no uso camisas, pero uso camisetas.
What?
Yo no uso camisas, pero uso camisetas.
Oh, pero.
Yo no uso camisas, pero uso camisetas.
Oh, I put an extra yo. Joel. Joel got to be joking.
El. Pérez. Pérez.
You got to be kidding.
Es carta.
¿Ellos son los hombres de Nueva York?
Wait.
¿Ellos son los hombres de Nueva York? ¿Ellos son los hombres de Nueva York?
Miguel y Rebeca nunca estudian.
What?
Miguel y Rebeca nunca estudian.
I don't know if there are two C's. The two C's look weird. Miguel y Rebecca nunca estudian. Queremos los sombreros bonitos. Oh, yes. We're fine.
¿Te gusta correr en el parque?
Okay. All right. We're gonna get this. We're gonna get this. We're good. Fresh. Mi esposa busca un reloj para su padre. No, madre.
¿Qué talla necesita, señor? ¿Qué talla necesita, señor?
¿Qué talla necesita, señor?
Yo busco un vestido bonito para ti.
Es falda. Es pero cara.
Este sombrero no tiene el precio.
Hay muchas tiendas. Tiendas interesantes. Interesantes. Oh my gosh. Please. Interesantes aquí.
La tienda tiene muchos probadores.
Probadores.
Mamá.
Mamá. Mamá. Mamá, la camisa roja. La camisa roja para mí. Es para mí. Camiseta.
Camiseta. Es para mí.
Quiero buscar un sombrero para ti.
Buscar. Just buscar. Okay. I thought they might add like an hard course. Esta
tienda.
Tienda. Cierra. Los domingos.
¿Qué días abre la tienda?
Es muy barato.
Donde nosotros buscamos... ¿dónde está? Estos plantos... no, wait, yeah, estos... pants. Estos pantalones son muy caros.
Camisa. Caro.
Creo que el vestido es muy caro.
Teléfonos.
Dólar.
Dólar.
Reloj.
Reloj.
¿Qué es?
Eso.
El sombrero.
El sombrero cuesta $13. ¿Es it $1 o $1 earlier? How is it?
Viejo.
What? ¿Ese viejo?
Cama.
Perros.
Dólares.
No tengo mi tarjeta de...
No tengo mi tarjeta de crédito. Sorry.
El vestido cuesta 14 pesos.
Okay. Ella está buscando 15 pesos en la carretera.
¿Por qué compras 17 camisetas?
Este reloj cuesta este reloj cuesta, I'm getting not quite loose today. Cuesta 19 dólares.
El vestido cuesta 17 pesos.
Okay. Esos pantalones cuestan mucho dinero.
¿Tienes $13?
$13. Oh. Where is the... What the heck? Oh. Los zapatos cuestan 16 pesos. Los zapatos no cuestan 18 pesos. Sí, usted quiere estos estos $20.
Lo siento, no tengo mi tarjeta de crédito aquí. Tengo que pagar en efectivo.
Alright, let's legend it up. Lessons to go. I got this.
Carmen va de compras mañana.
Carmen va de compras mañana. ¿Qué?
Dúo, ¿qué talla usas?
Who?
Dúo, ¿qué talla usas?
Dúo, ¿qué talla usas?
¿Me puedo probar esta falda, por favor?
¿Me puede probar? What?
¿Me puedo probar esta falda, por favor?
Esta falda, por favor. Oh, puedo. Son of a bee sting. Felipe, estoy en la probador.
Esta tienda nunca cierra en la tarde. Esta tienda nunca cierra en la tarde. Esta tienda nunca cierra en la tarde.
Wait. Esta tiene nunca en la tarde. Oh, wait. Esta cierra en la tarde.
Esta tienda nunca cierra en la tarde.
Tienda. ¿Quién es esta tienda? Esta tienda nunca cierra en la tarde.
Esta tienda nunca cierra en la tarde.
Kind of a hard here, actually. Wasn't. There were multiple things that were overlapping in my head. Estoy buscando unos zapatos para la fiesta. What now? Oh, it's not estoy.
No tengo
We are.
$13 ahora.
I did the first person to.
No tengo $13 ahora.
¿Por qué? ¿Quiere? How about this? ¿Quiere 15 pesos usted? Dang.
¿Me puedo probar esta falda, por favor?
Where can I put usted? I'm trying to test something.
¿Me puedo probar esta falda, por favor?
Oh, esta. Hang on. Maybe here?
¿Me puedo probar esta falda, por favor?
I put question marks. Retired. Quiero precio. Son of a Qualis! Oh my gosh, son of a Qualis.
¿Cuánto cuestan? Zapatos.
Oh, is that in a different order? No, it's not in a different order. I swear I put it the other way.
La tienda tiene muchos probadores.
La tienda. Puedo probar muchos. What?
La tienda tiene muchos probadores.
Oh. Baby, tengo un vestido bonito para ti, Lorena.
Yo creo que el vestido es muy caro.
Este reloj cuesta 13 pesos.
I don't remember the price.
Este reloj cuesta 13 pesos.
13 pesos.
Mamá, la camiseta roja es para mí.
¿Para qué necesitas $19? ¿Para qué necesitas $19? ¿Para qué necesitas $19?
Oh, 17. Okay. Son of a nueve. Jeez.
¿Para qué necesitas $19?
All right. One more. We got this.
¿A
qué hora abre la tienda?
Tengo un vestido bonito para ti, Lorena.
Quiero pagar con dólares, por favor.
Los zapatos cuestan 16 pesos.
Todas las camisas cuestan 20 pesos.
Hay muchas tiendas interesantes aquí.
Los zapatos no cuestan 18 pesos.
What?
Los zapatos no cuestan 18 pesos.
Why would you? Okay. I guess. Aquí. Son tu 19 9 pesos. Oh, here are your what? What? Oh, I could have used a star actually. Oh,
Los
wait.
pantalones cuestan $13.
There.
Los pantalones cuestan $13.
Oh, what?
Los pantalones cuestan $13.
Oh, I missed the end. I missed the end. That's a typo. I'm getting tired. Sierra. I wanted this, but I would test if it's
Estos vestidos no son para mí.
Esto something is not for is for me. Esto something is for me. What is it?
Estos vestidos no son para mí.
No son. Vestidos. Oh. Yes. Okay.
¿Por qué?
¿Por qué no, pagas? Okay, sure. Pagas con la tarjeta de crédito.
Duo, ¿qué talla usas?
¿Quieres ir de compras hoy?
Wait. Aquí tienes just someone. Aquí tienes tu. I am not sure about this one. Like how this works. Kind of weird. Oh, and is it tus? Okay.
Los pantalones cuestan $13.
Just a test. Here's the question.
Los pantalones cuestan $13.
Okay, sure. We tested a couple things here. Alright. We did it! Oh, it's been a while since I've got so derailed. It was great. I'm also very tired. And it'll be kind of tough starting tomorrow, but we'll see. Alright, how many things do we have? So we can count from what? 13? Yeah, we count from 13 to 20. 13 to 20. And we have in efectivo next to tarjeta, con tarjeta de crédito. And then we have cuesta. Dolor, peso. Okay, and then probar, probar, and probador, buscar. There's there, and then there's precio, which goes with caro. Okay, precio goes with dolor and peso, and talla. Just throw in a talla. T. Oh, para ti and para mí. Abre isn't new, but and then ir de compras or just de compras works, and then cierra conjugate on closing. All right. What else we have? We still have evening things before the day's over. Maybe I'll do them tomorrow morning. Okay, I do see 3 pots, but no adventure anymore. Oh, no. But these don't have adventures. Interesting. Intriguing. Okay, last things to do for me in the evening when I eat tonight, because I haven't eaten yet. Or well, I have eaten some dim sum though. That's nice. Maybe that's why I was a secret fitting room. That totally sounds like Lucy. Spin the wheel of conspiracy, please. Tinfoil hats on. And that makes sense. Fitting room. That's our new vocabulary. Humans and shoes. That's Falstaff. What is new with shoes? I don't remember having anything remarkably new. Shoes. Maybe they'll describe shoe size. Maybe shoe size. If they want to try it on and whatnot, possibly. And daily shopping. And no adventure this time. I like drawing the adventures. Daily shopping. It feels like a Lucy or a Lily moment. And or Lynn, but I'm feeling Lily. It's like big whoop. It kind of sounds nice, but it's also people. And Lily doesn't like people. Alright folks, that's a wrap. Way longer than usual. Lots of great talks. Across all 3. Couldn't help it. But it's been a while. We didn't unload. It was business as usual for like last week. I didn't get to Wagotabi, but tomorrow I'll get to Wagotabi. Right. Wagotabi is definitely on the back burner. I'll adjust. Today, lots of deep cuts, maybe some hot takes, but really it's about sharing and anecdotal stuff, right? Not as professional advice, not trying to paint like some predictive pattern. The idea is discussing, exchanging ideas can make people feel comfortable. I kind of like that. That's what I'm here for. Language learning is great. It can serve as a platform for discussion as well. Today was a little bit outside of reach of language learning. I didn't want to like beat over some of the how it's relevant to language learning. Maybe another time. So, thanks for hanging out. That's the end of this session. Duolingo Spanish. If you're gonna watch this later, muchas gracias. As always, you're welcome to follow along. Maybe perhaps not the digressions all the time, but you're more than welcome to follow along, ask a question, drop a hot take, and be prepared to discuss, right? I love discussing, defend, discuss, share, rebuttal. And yeah, until next time, stay safe, stay healthy, and catch you guys on the next one. Hasta luego.